writing a diary to vent, and let Iron Man see it. This video is purely for entertainment, and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting, and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301 Ancient One. You came too early. Doctor Strange is still a doctor. Among countless timelines, there are always countless possibilities. Among them is the early appearance of Dr. Green. Although it is rare, she has really seen such a future. In other words, she has seen Dr. Green in his form, although she has seen Hulk in this form before, when she used the Time Stone. However, Dr. Green Bruce Banner also recognized this person, because in the information collected by Tony Stark at the time point shared by Tony Stark before, it was mentioned that Doctor Strange's master was the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One, and there were also photos. He immediately said, "I'm here to find Doctor Strange. But you came 5 years early, and he is not a magician now. Are you here to find a doctor?" Master Ancient One said with a faint smile. "We are here early?" Dr. Green Banner said in shock. Obviously, this is beyond his preparation. To be precise, he didn't know that things were not the same as he imagined. It turns out that this time point is early. He didn't know that Doctor Strange was not Doctor Strange at the beginning, nor was he a magician at the beginning. She is a father-level strongman and a magician, so naturally she is different. There is no other tricky way. She didn't care about the Hulk at all, although other people really had no way to deal with the Hulk's super strong defense ability, and even Thanos could only use his strength far beyond Thanos to force the Hulk to eat. Obviously, there is no other possibility for these future people to return to this era to find Doctor Strange, except for the Eye of Agamotto, that is, the Time Stone. I'm afraid that won't work. You're right, I might regret it, Green Dr. Banner said with a smile. But I need that piece of Time Stone, and I don't have time to argue with you, the Ancient One explained, and it was obvious that the concept of traveling through time and space was not unfamiliar to her at all. "Why are you looking for him?" the Ancient One said, holding up the Eye of Agamotto on his chest, and said, "Is it for this?" The Ancient One narrowed his eyes and shook his head to refuse. "It doesn't matter, I didn't intend to discuss it." Green Dr. Bruce Banner stepped forward and said that he planned to rob it by force. Of course, this is other people, not the Ancient One. Bruce Banner was very shocked. He didn't expect that one day his soul would be beaten out directly. He was also very familiar with it. After all, he was in existence who looked at the timeline like watching a TV series. Dr. Green Bruce Banner nodded immediately. For him, anyway, in this timeline, it was equivalent to returning the things in the next second, so it would be better to be a little rough at this time. Then the Ancient One smiled and said, "Let's start from the beginning, okay?" But as soon as he finished speaking, he was about to step forward to rob, but he saw that the Ancient One slapped him with the palm. He didn't figure out what happened, but saw that his soul was directly slapped out. But in the face of such a robbery, the Ancient One just smiled faintly and said, "You will regret it." According to the original timeline, he should have performed the operation 20 blocks away. Yes, that's it. This scene was very shocking to him, obviously beyond his cognition. So this is magic? It was the first time for him to come into contact with the power of magic. No, to be precise, Thor's civilization was also a magic civilization, but it was different from the magic of Kamar-Taj, and it didn't look so shocking. "Please, help us. We need this Time Stone in our time and space. We need the Time Stone to fight against the evil Thanos and bring back half of the creatures in the world." Bruce Banner, in the Soul State, hurriedly explained. "I'm sorry, I can't help you, Bruce." The Ancient One was not moved at all, but just said lightly, "If I give the Time Stone to you to save your reality, then our reality will be in danger." Of course, she also knew the harm of Thanos, and how powerful Thanos was, but that was all about other timelines. If she went to help, and the Time Stone went wrong, then their timeline would have huge problems. But please forgive me for being blunt, from the perspective of scientific theory, it shouldn't be like this. Bruce Banner tried to convince a secret magician from a scientific perspective. Such an action made the Ancient One mage laugh. She was not mocking science, but science was indeed powerless in front of magic. This guy was still too young. How many years had science been developed so far? How many years had magic been developed so far? If we count from those dimensional demons, it might be billions of years at most, or hundreds of millions of years at least. Talking science to him? Isn't that funny? However, the Ancient One mage was still good-tempered. She directly created a long river of time with virtual magic and said, the Infinity Stones created the time flow that you can perceive, but if one is missing, it means there will be an extra time branch. This may be helpful to your reality, but it may not be the case for me. In this new time branch, we will lose our main weapon against the dark forces. The Ancient One mage said, our world will be in danger, and people will suffer a catastrophe. By then, we may not even be able to hold on until Thanos invades. Do you understand what I mean? The Ancient One mage explained. Do you think the only crisis in this world is the invasion of Thanos? For her, the only thing she has to protect is the current timeline. Other timelines are not important to her, and she can't care so much, because she has always used the Time Stone to fight against those dimensional demons. Otherwise, she is just a mortal. Even if she has entered the Father level, it will be very difficult to face those demons. Among those dimensional demons, even a rising star like Dormammu is a Father level existence. Moreover, he has the power of another dimension as support. She is not an opponent at all. Only by relying on the power of the Time Stone can she deal with those terrifying dimensional demons. It can be said that without the Time Stone, the Earth can't even survive the arrival of Thanos. Although it is just a risk, she can't accept such a risk. So tell me, Dr. Banner, can your scientific theory stop all this? Master Guyi looked at Bruce Banner in the Soul State and said. Bruce Banner said, no, but we can eliminate all of this, because once we have used up these Infinity Stones, we will return them to their original owners at the beginning. So from the perspective of time and space, in the original reality, these Infinity Stones have never left. As he said this, he took action to return the Infinity Stones, actively eliminated the newly added long river of time, and restored the original timeline to its original appearance. But the Ancient One was unmoved, and said, that's right, but you missed the most important question, that is, to return the things to their original owners, you have to be able to survive? Can you really beat Thanos? You know Thanos? Bruce Banner said in shock. It turned out that so long ago, someone had already known about Thanos and his invasion. Of course I know. If I didn't know, how would I know that you came to find Steven? The Ancient One nodded and said, at this point in time, he is still a surgeon. You should come a few years later. When he grows up, everything will be in time. In her cognition, even if Doctor Strange can help, it will be a few years later, not now. He is just a surgeon now. She is still very clear about who Thanos is really afraid of. Isn't it herself? And Dr. Bruce Banner was even more dumbfounded. This timeline is really full of a weird atmosphere. There are many inexplicable people, and the strength of the Avengers has also been epically strengthened. And now he has met Doctor Strange's master, and he also knows about Thanos in the future. Obviously, there are too many secrets that they don't know. And she doesn't seem to be surprised at all that he came from the future, and she also knows that there is such a thing as a timeline. Is this the ability of the holder of the Time Stone? As Tony Stark said before, Doctor Strange has seen more than 14 million futures, and this Ancient One may also be able to see the future through the Time Stone. This time gem is so amazing that even Thanos used it to reverse time and regained Vision's mind gem that was destroyed by Wanda. Is this what you can see with the time gem? Bruce Banner said in a daze. In the face of this, the Ancient One just smiled and said, this is natural use of the time gem. I have seen many different futures and different possibilities, including your form, Bruce Banner. Of course, these are all possible futures that may be born based on the present. They are in one of the countless superposition states of quantum states, and will eventually collapse into one result. Of course, it is not that time yet, the Ancient One said with a smile. You should understand these things about time. This, of course I know, it is the direction of quantum mechanics. Bruce Banner said. He felt very strange that he was discussing such a scientific topic with a magician, which made him feel more or less vicious and absurd. Chapter 302 Ancient One, Doctor Strange is the strongest among us. Since the wizard has seen so many futures, can you see that we can defeat Thanos? Bruce Banner said hurriedly. Since she can see so many futures, he didn't pretend and asked quickly. There are countless possibilities in the future, but there will only be one future that leads to the end. The answer depends on you to explore it yourself. Not all futures will appear. Master Ancient once said. You have to find the answer yourself. She was not being mysterious, but telling the truth. Because no one knows what kind of future so many futures will eventually converge into, not to mention a future that is different from her own timeline. Who knows what it will become in the end? What's more, she will be dead by then, and her current prediction is too far away from the future, and there are too many unpredictable places. Every choice will create countless possibilities, let alone the things on her own timeline. Even if she knows, she can't speak casually. Especially this matter involves his disciple on another timeline, the most talented wizard in the history of Kamar-Taj, and things are even more complicated. He doesn't want to care at all. Let these complicated things be left to Strange on that timeline to deal with. We will survive. I will, I promise. Bruce Banner said quickly. Strange handed over the time stone. Bruce Banner paused, then replied. He gave it to Thanos. What did you say? The Ancient One said in shock. There is no room for negotiation on this issue. When they become the Supreme Sorcerer, they must swear to protect the time stone with their lives. The existence of this time stone is related to the safety of their universe. This news also shocked her. She didn't know that her apprentice had made such a choice. Then why did Strange hand it over? Bruce Banner asked. Voluntarily? She can't see the future 100%, and there are time limits, especially the future after her death, many of which are very vague. He was full of doubts. If there is such a doctrine, then why did Doctor Strange, who is also the Supreme Sorcerer, choose to hand over the time stone? Is this reasonable? The Ancient One immediately asked. Why? The Ancient One asked. I don't know. Maybe he's wrong. Bruce Banner spread his hands. He didn't understand what happened. After that, he summoned Dr. Green's body and merged it with Bruce Banner's soul. Then he took the time stone out of the shell of the Eye of Agamotto, handed it to Dr. Green and said, Strange is the best among us magicians. He may be the strongest supreme sorcerer in history, but I can't take this risk just because of this guarantee. Master Ancient One shook his head and said, because the duty of the Supreme is to protect the time stone. She didn't quite understand what was going on. So he must have a reason for doing this? If Doctor Strange could also see the future, then when he chose to hand over the time stone, he couldn't have known that this would allow Thanos to win in the end, but he still made this choice, which means that this might be the only way for them to win in the end. Maybe as Master Ancient One said, they came to the wrong time. They should have gone to 2017, to the time when Stephen Strange became Doctor Strange. But after hearing this, the reaction of the Ancient One was completely different. She said, it may not be that he is wrong, but that I'm wrong. There are too many doubts here, and he feels that his CPU is not enough. Green Dr. Bruce Banner thought about it, and immediately understood what the Ancient One meant. She has experienced too many things like this over the years. Sometimes, failure is not really a failure, but a prelude to a greater victory. I'm afraid you are right. The Ancient One nodded and said, then he handed the time stone to the Green Doctor and said, it all depends on you, Banner. We all depend on you, Banner. Don't worry, there is no problem. Green Doctor Banner said. The rest is up to you. The Ancient One said. After the Green Doctor Bruce Banner left, the Ancient One showed a thoughtful expression on his face. This world began to become a little interesting. I don't know when the timeline began to become chaotic, and even she couldn't see it. In fact, even if she used the time stone to the extreme, it would be impossible to guarantee that everything was under her control. There will still be many things that I don't understand in the future, but this is the most interesting part of time. The timeline has changed, and perhaps I don't have to die at that time point. At the same time, the Avengers are still fighting fiercely. Tony Stark is fighting and cruising in the sky. He is still paying attention to Loki's affairs. Although this Loki seems to be very weak, he may be the weakest god in history. At least among the gods he knows, this may be the weakest. But no matter how weak a god is, he is still a god. In the sacred timeline, He was beaten up by Hulk, but only a few hours later, when the Avengers finished fighting the Chitauri, Loki had recovered and was able to stand up. How can this recovery ability not be considered a god? In comparison, whether it is Captain America Rogers who was injected with the super soldier serum, or those soldiers who were injected with the extremis virus, their physical fitness looks superhuman to ordinary humans, but compared with Loki, it's nothing. But such a Loki, when he met Lin Feng, was just like meeting his nemesis. Although he didn't see how Lin Feng dealt with Loki, he could probably tell something from his miserable appearance. Also, Thor, Hulk, etc., who were far more powerful than Loki, were all non-human beings. He must not slack off, and must find a way to develop a more powerful battle armor, so that he could fight with them in the future. Then he flew to the roof of Stark Building, where Wonder Woman Diana was still guarding. Should we cut off the energy supply first? Tony Stark said. No. Diana shook her head quickly and said, if we cut off the energy supply now, he won't be able to come back. Didn't he say he could come back? Tony Stark couldn't help but say, I think we should not do it for now, just in case. Anyway, the Chitauri soldiers have not continued to invade. Captain America Rogers' voice came from the headset. I think his strength is far from reaching the limit. Isn't the original intention of our establishment of the Avengers to let the whole universe see our fighting power? After this battle, I think they have to tremble when they mention us Earthlings. He just cleared the Chitauri soldiers around him and then took a look at the picture shared by Tony Stark, but saw that Lin Feng was like a super killer and he actually blew up several Chitauri motherships by himself. The kind of thing that can only be defeated by nuclear bombs. He did it by himself. What else can this be but a monster? Even the orthodox gods like Thor can't do such a terrifying level. When everyone heard Captain America Rogers' words, they couldn't help laughing. Unlike the Avengers in the original timeline who were almost driven to a dead end, they have now completely stabilized their position, especially when Lin Feng rushed directly into the universe and blew up several Chitauri motherships. Many Leviathan spaceships and Chitauri soldiers instantly lost their command and fell down. It was indeed a bunch of drones. It can be said that, because of Lin Feng's active performance, the problems they faced were much simpler than their own in the sacred timeline. He turned the tide of the battle with his own strength. At this time, Tony Stark finally understood why the magic civilization could rely on a father-level existence to deter the entire universe. When encountering this level of existence, piling up numbers is meaningless. If there was no Lin Feng, the Earth would not be able to defeat the Chitauri civilization with all its strength, but after Lin Feng took action, it defeated the Chitauri with lightning speed. Not only did they reduce the losses to the minimum, they even counterattacked the Chitauri and destroyed several of their motherships. Those were not ordinary motherships. Each of them was capable of expeditions to the stars. These were obviously not small losses for the Chitauri, and they also hurt their bones. But if Lin Feng's strength is not considered to be the father level, how terrifying would the father level be? At this time, Hawkeye Barton's complaints came from everyone's earphones. Everyone also reacted at once. Indeed, Lin Feng was not even the father level, but he was able to destroy the Chitauri fleet by himself. If he was the real father level, how powerful would he be? Thor, your father, God King Odin, is also the father level. What do you think? Tony Stark asked. I don't know. I've never seen him use his full strength. Thor shook his head. He wanted to know something, but he really had never seen his father use his full strength. Before he got Lin Feng's diary, he didn't even know what a father level existence was. He had no idea what it was. Especially after he became an adult, he was responsible for many battles, and his father's actions became less frequent. Chapter 303 He is the real god on earth. He didn't understand anything before, thinking that he was simply old and had become an old stubborn, saying peace is the most precious thing. But now he understands that his father paid a huge price to suppress his sister when he was young, so he has not dared to use his full strength in these years. And those father level beings that appeared before, either just a glimpse, or were forced back by magic weapons such as the Time Stone. In short, they did not show the strength of the father level bosses very well. But the strength that Lin Feng showed this time, although it was not yet at the father level, gave everyone a great shock. This time they really saw, or in other words, how the masters below the father level killed the miscellaneous soldiers. Those father level masters who appeared before basically had corresponding masters to fight against them, even if they were not opponents, even if there was a certain degree of gap. But there is no doubt that they can never be said to have no power to fight back. And if these people were against ordinary people, it would really be a killing. Just like the soldiers of the Chitauri, although they are remotely controlled, each of them is equivalent to an elite soldier of mankind. But when facing masters like Lin Feng and Thor, they basically died in large numbers. This made them deeply aware of how terrible the top masters in this world can be. Clean up the Leviathan spacecraft and the bodies of the Chitauri soldiers. It's probably the situation that aliens come and go. Everyone still feels extremely tired, even Thor. He is not at the level of a father, but in order to stop the continuous reinforcement of the Chitauri, he has to keep maintaining the Thunder Field, which consumes too much divine power. But for the New Yorkers who are in the war, it is really long, but fortunately, it is finally over. After that, the energy of the space crack generating device is cut off, and this battle is over. He hasn't fought such a high intensity battle for a long time. When he comes down, we can cut off the space crack. Captain Rogers said. After killing all the way, he felt that his state has been improved to the extreme, to the peak. After a long time, Lin Feng finally got rid of the killing. To be precise, he slaughtered all the Chitauri army. It can be said that he changed the entire war situation with his own strength. To be precise, it was the divine power that protected him, so that he could exert normal combat power in the universe. When they woke up, they would probably see the news of the alien invasion. He felt that he had entered a mysterious state. This feeling was really good. The more he went on, the more terrifying it was. He was wantonly in the universe. Even in such an extreme environment, he could become stronger and stronger. In the shortest time, the war in New York was settled. Even people in the Eastern Hemisphere might still be asleep, and the matter was over. If it weren't for his strength improvement during this period, he would have been unable to hold on. Especially in the battle, it was very mentally exhausting. Every second might be very long. After this battle, they felt like they had fought for a whole year. Yes, on the battlefield, he temporarily broke through to the father level. Driven by the breath of war on the battlefield, he broke through to the father level. When everyone heard what Captain America Rogers said, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The battle should be over soon, and the rest is to deal with the mess. In addition, there is the spell of Kamar-Taj, but both the spell of Kamar-Taj and the divine power to protect the body are very consuming. Just like Thor, relying on the divine power to protect the body, he can hold on until the Guardians of the Galaxy come, but if the Guardians of the Galaxy come a little later, he may really die. The gods of this world are not the real concept gods, invincible and omnipotent, but just a life with a higher level of evolution. But he is different. As the god of war, fighting is a continuous accumulation process for him. He is getting stronger and stronger, and finally his strength is raised to the level of the Father of Heaven. In the DC universe, the god of war has even relied on the huge war atmosphere on the battlefield to improve his strength. He chopped Darkseid with an axe, completing a feat that has never been seen before, and will never be seen again. Although Darkseid is only a child, it is conceivable that among all the godheads, the godhead of war is so special. Of course, once he quits the battle and the war ends, his strength will quickly fade. This is why Az couldn't even beat the demigod Diana in the end, and was killed by the power of love and justice. Could there be anything more outrageous than this? But this is reality. After he sank all the Chitauri motherships nearby, the remote-controlled Chitauri war weapons naturally stopped. It is actually very simple to say this. However, at this time, he suddenly noticed that a powerful breath in the universe locked onto him, and a distant gaze penetrated the universe and came to him. Father level. Lin Feng immediately sensed something, another father level existence. At this time, there could be no other father level existence here except Thanos. So, this whole battle was carried out under the watchful eyes of Thanos. Lin Feng was eager to try, and he also released his own breath, confronting Thanos' breath from a distance. If Thanos appeared at this time, he could directly fight with him. He was very afraid of Thanos before, But now, although he temporarily upgraded to the father level with the help of the power of war, he has finally crossed this threshold. If he really fights with Thanos, the outcome is still unknown. But after a moment, the breath dissipated. Obviously, Thanos did not intend to fight him head on. Lin Feng was relieved, and a little disappointed. I don't know why, since he merged with the Godhead of War, he would be vaguely affected by some thoughts, which made him more warlike. He understood that this was the influence of the Godhead of War. If he was not warlike, how could he be the God of War? He couldn't be the God of Peace. So what is Ares doing, and what kind of things is he pursuing? It's really speechless to restore the earth to a state without humans and war. Brother, you are the God of War, not the God of Peace and environmental protection. What are you doing? No disputes. What's up with you, the God of War? No wonder you couldn't beat Zeus, and you were beaten by his daughter. With your brain, how can you beat your old father? You even want to snatch the son of the God King. No matter which universe or which myth, you have never succeeded. Although I didn't meet that bald guy here, you are also dead. It seems that no God of War has a good brain. But think about it, he is the God of War after all, not the God of Wisdom. Lin Feng glanced around, and found that there were no surviving Chitauri. Even if there were some survivors in the mothership, he didn't care. Just let them survive, and spread their reputation. The Chitauri followed Thanos to kill everywhere. I don't know how many planets they have slaughtered. In the universe, they are not unknown minions. This battle is enough to make all major forces realize that the earth is not easy to provoke. It can be said that, since we have come to this world and live here, Lin Feng still hopes to reduce some troubles and scare as many people as possible. Lin Feng then returned to the other end of the space crack and came to the sky above the earth. When countless people who were watching and waiting saw Lin Feng's appearance, they immediately cheered. In particular, many people originally thought that the motherland represented by Lin Feng was just an ordinary street hero, but after this battle, they realized how wrong they were. This is not an ordinary street hero, this is the golden thigh of the earth so far. Even to be blunt, the Chitauri killed by the Avengers, and even the Chitauri killed by the human army, etc., are not as many as Lin Feng alone. In this battle, Lin Feng's exposed abilities are simply unprecedented super speed, flying ability, super endurance, super physical strength, thermal vision, magic ability, ability to survive in space, supervision, etc. The attitude shown by Lin Feng at this stage is like a god on earth. The fighting power he showed was so terrible that no one even knew where his weakness was. Even if he defeated the Chitauri army alone, he had no concept of exhaustion. Many people even noticed that the Chitauri's attack on Lin Feng was just like tickling, and even his battle suit could not be broken. There is no doubt that after this battle, Lin Feng will become the object of research by major forces. Of course, they don't know Lin Feng's true identity, they only know that he is a native. But Lin Feng doesn't care much. When his strength is so strong, if he wants to rule the earth, it will be a matter of minutes. Even Gu Yi will not object. Gu Yi has been dealing with demons outside the domain. She doesn't care about the change of regime inside the earth, and it is not within her interest. This level of research doesn't matter to him. It won't take long for him to enter the Heavenly Father level. When he reaches the Heavenly Father level, he can even say that, even if humans use a big killer like a nuclear bomb, they can't do anything to him. After all, the greatest power of a nuclear bomb is nuclear radiation, but he is not afraid. He is, truly, the god on earth. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, Final Iron Man. Captain, you really have an American butt. So he also knows some kind of magic, right? It's incredible, he has so many superpowers. A senior American military official watched the video clips of Homelander playing on the big screen. It was none other than Bruce Banner's father-in-law, General Ross. Yes, we suspect he also has supervision and super hearing. After all, he heard some kind of call several times in the battle and went to rescue people. The rescued person was at least more than 1 kilometer away from him, but he still heard it. So we suspect he has super hearing and supervision. In addition, he also has magic ability and the ability to survive in space. The people below reported. General Ross listened carefully to his subordinates' report. It sounded like Lin Feng was even more terrifying than the Hulk. They tried every means to catch Hulk before, just to make a Hulk serum, but now it seems that this one is really powerful. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. helped to cover up the existence of Homelander, even if it was just as a street hero, was studied by many people in major forces and even abroad, and there were thick archives. Can humans really do this? General Ross's eyes were filled with disgust. It was enough to have a green monster, and now there was another Asian monster. It was really disgusting. He hated this kind of superhuman unnatural power. Of course, this did not prevent him from wanting to create another Hulk, a controllable Hulk, but it was useless. The only one who had some results was injected with the Hulk serum, and then was hammered to death by the Hulk. Just disappeared in the crowd. But Lin Feng seemed to have no consumption at all. General Ross wanted to ask if there was any possibility of arrest, but he didn't know what Lin Feng's true identity was. He only knew that he was a nation native, which was already the limit. After Lin Feng returned to Earth, the Avengers breathed a sigh of relief. Wonder Woman Diana quickly closed the space rift generating device. This alien invasion that affected several blocks in New York finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, any country with some ability has mobilized its own military satellites for monitoring. As a result, all the other superheroes were injured. Even alien gods like Thor were injured, and the consumption was extremely high. Even the hypersonic missiles that only exist on the design drawings are unlikely to catch up with him. It can only be said that it is barely known that he should be an Asian. But what's the use of just knowing this? Although Asians are a minority in the United States, there are also many of them. This level of war cannot force him to use his full strength, which can only prove that Lin Feng is invincible. And those who have seen the true face of their motherland with their own eyes have forgotten what the Chinese look like as soon as they turn their heads. And some people even analyzed the various data of Lin Feng in this battle and concluded that with his physical strength, even if he encountered a direct bombing of heavy weapons, he would not be able to do anything to the opponent. Moreover, his flying speed is extremely fast, even completely surpassing several times the speed of sound. Whether the current ballistic missiles can catch up with him is the first question. Even a nuclear bomb is not very useful to Lin Feng. The most terrifying thing about a nuclear bomb is its ability to emit nuclear radiation. Although there is no direct evidence, researchers believe that with the extraordinary attributes shown by Lin Feng, nuclear radiation may not even be able to break through defense. The second is a super terrifying combat power shown by Lin Feng. Even the combat power shown by Hulk is somewhat insignificant compared to Lin Feng. There is no comparison at all. The others can't be seen clearly at all, as if Lin Feng's whole body is mosaicked. His speed is at least more than 10 times the speed of sound, and this is a simple and rough estimate, not counting his speed, when he really flies at full speed. This time, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. secretly eliminates Lin Feng's traces, it is useless. It's like there is an elephant in the room, and it's useless to cover it up. This is also the fundamental reason why Lin Feng has been able to keep a low profile so far, because other people don't know who he is. No matter who shoots any video, the effect is the same. After a normal battle, he didn't break his defense at all. Even if he recovered super fast after breaking his defense, it also shows that Lin Feng is not invincible. Even if he is just scratched, it is better than being completely invincible. Lin Feng's combat power is really at the level of destroying a city. So far, what can be seen is that there is no shortcoming. At this time, General Ross is not the only one who secretly studies Lin Feng. In the United States alone, many forces have raised Lin Feng's threat level to SSS level, not to mention foreign countries. As long as they have some ability, they have raised Lin Feng's threat level to the highest level. At the same time, the Avengers who are hiding in the dark finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now they were still struggling with whether to help or not. Now it's okay, they don't need to help. They seem to have their own plans in this timeline. Compared with their previous battle, this battle is much smoother, especially with the help of that motherland. Everything seems very simple. They even lamented that if there was Homelander in their world, they might not have to fight Thanos so hard and could even go to war with Thanos directly. Now it's our turn to act. Captain America Rogers thought for a moment, then said, Tony and Scott, the matter of the cosmic cube is left to you two. I'll find a way to find the Mind Scepter. Okay, got it. Tony Stark, the Iron Man in the final game, nodded and then flew towards the direction of Stark Tower. He easily entered Stark Tower. After all, he is also Tony Stark, with the highest authority. As long as Jarvis still recognizes him, he can naturally sneak in easily. Sure enough, he saw the Avengers who were finishing up. Compared with them back then, there were several more people, including Quicksilver, Wanda, and Wonder Woman Diana. But the Homelander who had shown amazing fighting power before didn't seem to be in the same group as the Avengers, but that was also good, because he was not sure that he could trick the things out of the Homelander. The first generation of Avengers were chatting happily. The problem they had been worried about for 2 years was finally solved, and it was solved very beautifully. Everyone was very happy. No matter what kind of powerful enemies they would face in the future, facing Thanos, facing Dormammu, and even facing other powerful enemies, at least for the time being, they could breathe a sigh of relief. The main battle is over, and the next step is the problem of finishing. Tony, let your mechanical soldiers pay attention to the problem of finishing. There are still many people who will take this opportunity to smash, loot and burn. We must stop them. Captain America Rogers said. Captain America Rogers has a lot of war experience and knows that the war is not over after it is over. Various post-war problems must be solved. Understood. Tony Stark nodded and said. He knows too well how the simple American people will violently rob the technology of these aliens. By then, it is unknown how many small organizations will be fattened up. Of course, the main problem that the US government has to worry about is not this. Everyone, do you remember that Turkish kebab restaurant? Does anyone want to eat Turkish kebab? Tony Stark suddenly asked. After fighting for so long, I'm really hungry. Now I suddenly want to eat some kebab. Is it the Turkish kebab restaurant that even Lin Feng complained about? You really know how to choose a place. Black Widow Natasha complained. At this time, everyone remembered the fear of being dominated by Turkish kebab on the sacred timeline. At that time, the war had just ended, and it should have been the hungriest time, but in the end, they still ate so much that they had no desire to live. You can imagine how bad the Turkish kebab tasted. Okay, actually I just want to try it and see how bad it tastes. Tony Stark shrugged and said. Is there really no one interested? I think the reason why this Turkish kebab can still survive is that people like you who don't believe in evil and want to taste how bad it tastes can survive. Hawkeye Barton said. Forget it. Everyone waved their hands again and again, obviously not wanting to try this Turkish kebab. Even the face of Tony Stark, the Iron Man next to him, changed drastically because he remembered the barbecue at that barbecue restaurant. It can be said that this might be the most unforgettable meal in his life. Even now, he still feels that it is a completely dark cuisine, which can be compared with British cuisine. Anyway, it is really impressive. How about going to Chinatown for Chinese food? Black Widow Natasha suggested. Good idea, I want to eat General Tso's chicken. Tony Stark said immediately. But then Tony Stark saw that Captain America Rogers was still wearing the same battle suit as before, and he couldn't help but want to tease him, saying, Mr. Rogers, I have to remind you that the hip lifting effect of your clothes is really unbearable to look at. Hearing this ridicule, Captain America Rogers was immediately angry. No one asked you to see it, Tony. There is no doubt that Captain America Rogers knew more or less about his battle suit at the time. Now thinking about it, it is indeed very shameful. After all, the hip lifting effect is really amazing. Chapter 305, Head-on confrontation with Hydra. I just think it's too exaggerated. Tony Stark couldn't help but say, this is the effect of lifting the buttocks. But I think it's good, Captain. Ant-Man Scott said, I think this is the classic American buttocks. Captain, if you want to enter the entertainment industry, you will definitely make countless women crazy. I'll think of a name for you. How about Taozan? Enough of you two. Captain America Rogers said speechlessly. It's time. Why are you still talking nonsense here? A moment later, the Avengers of the Endgame saw the Hydra agents who were still wearing the skin of S.H.I.E.L.D. Who are these people? Ant-Man Scott asked. They are S.H.I.E.L.D. No, actually they are Hydra, but we don't know it yet. Tony Stark said. What? Hydra? You don't know? How is this possible? They are bad guys at first glance. Ant-Man Scott didn't understand a little. These people are about to write that they are bad guys on their faces. How can they not know? You are not big, but you talk a lot. Iron Man Tony Stark of the Endgame complained. Facing the look in Captain America Rogers' eyes, Tony Stark shrugged his shoulders. What else could he do? After all, he couldn't encircle and suppress them openly, so it was reasonable that some fish slipped through the net. Why? Crossbones said. We are following the orders of the superiors. What superiors? Steve Rogers said. I haven't received any orders from Nick Fury. He is the director of our S.H.I.E.L.D. Unless there is an order from him, I will not hand it over. Besides, these Hydra agents are not fools. Seeing you treat them like this, how can they not run away? He tried to persuade Captain America Rogers, but he didn't have the courage. If he dared to attack Captain America Rogers and others, wouldn't that be courting death? Black Widow Natasha said lightly. There will always be many fish that slip through the net. Secretary General, I remember that the highest leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. is the director. There is no Secretary General. If they really fight, they will only be annihilated. Then he looked at Tony Stark again. The implication was obvious. Didn't Nick Fury command those Hydra teams to die before? How come there are still some fish slipping through the net? Crossbones said to Captain America Rogers. How could he be fooled? This time, he was no longer completely unprepared. There are at least thousands of special operations teams affiliated with Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. With so many people, there will be some fish slipping through the net. Isn't this reasonable? Captain, you make it difficult for us to do this. We are here to receive the scepter according to the words of Secretary General Alexander Pierce. Crossbones frowned and said, this is an order from above. And now they are frozen all of a sudden, especially the people of Hydra. They never thought that Tony Stark and his men would refuse to hand over the Mind Scepter. After all, they never thought that Captain America Rogers, who has always been very obedient, would completely disagree. But now many things cannot be said directly in front of Hydra, otherwise it will be exposed. This Ant-Man really talks a lot of nonsense. That won't do. Captain America Rogers rejected it immediately. What a joke. The Avengers are all perverts, not to mention the Hulk, Thor and the like. Even Captain America Rogers is not something they can deal with. Captain, hand over the scepter and the cosmic cube to us. Crossbones didn't expect that he would be rejected. He is now representing S.H.I.E.L.D. How dare Captain America Rogers do that? According to the rules, the highest leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. is the director. The reason why there is a Secretary General is mainly to communicate the affairs of the 5 major member states and S.H.I.E.L.D. Therefore, this Secretary General, at least in terms of the authority within the organization, has no authority and cannot directly manage the Avengers. If they are willing to respect you, then give you a little face. But if they don't want to pay attention to you, what are you? The Avengers on the original Sacred Timeline didn't know that they were Hydra, so they handed over the Psychic Scepter to them. Of course, it is impossible now. Our Secretary General directly serves the Joint Council. The Council is the direct superior of S.H.I.E.L.D. You must obey the orders of the Council. Crossbones roared helplessly. You have been S.H.I.E.L.D. agents for a long time, so you don't know this. I don't know. Sorry, I'm not your S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. If the Council wants to make trouble, let them give orders directly. A Secretary General is not qualified to manage our affairs. Tony Stark sneered twice. He hated these Hydras. The hatred of killing his father and mother was irreconcilable. Tony Stark wanted to kill them directly with one shot, but now he knew that he couldn't do it directly. As the saying goes, a little impatience will ruin a big plan. He still knew this truth. And this is our trophy, and it has nothing to do with the Council. Get out of the way, and don't delay us. Black Widow Natasha also said directly. Crossbones and the others were also a little dumbfounded. This? I can't imagine it at all. Is this still the Avengers and a S.H.I.E.L.D.? He still remembered that the Avengers were not so unruly at the beginning, so why are they like this now? After saying that, the Avengers took the Cosmic Cube and the Mind Scepter and went down directly without giving these Hydras any face. At the same time, they were also very vigilant. If these agents were going to cause trouble, they would just start fighting. Anyway, if something went wrong, Nick Fury would be responsible. He was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and he had his own connections in the board of directors, as well as his own backers and supporters. Moreover, from a system point of view, the Secretary General could not directly intervene in the internal work of S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, why set up such a position of Secretary General? Wouldn't it be better to continue to let him be the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Hearing this, Crossbones was dumbfounded. After the Avengers left, he immediately contacted Alexander Pierce and said, "Secretary General, now those people in the Avengers are unwilling to hand over the scepter. We have no right to force them to hand it over. Now there is only hope if you personally do it." Damn it. Alexander Pierce was furious. This damn Avengers, this damn Nick Fury. I don't know when Nick Fury became so disobedient. You find a way to delay them. Alexander Pierce dropped the phone and rushed to Stark Tower. At this time, it was not only Hydra that was dumbfounded, but also the Avengers of the Endgame. They were planning to steal the Mind Scepter from Hydra. What is this now? Now both the Cosmic Cube and the Mind Scepter are in the hands of the Avengers. What should we do? What should we do? Tony, what should we do? Ant-Man Scott asked anxiously. I have no choice, but all we can do now is to see what happens. Tony Stark thought for a while and said that he could only think of another way now. When he confirmed that the Avengers took the elevator down, he also jumped down and prepared to disguise himself, and at the same time contacted Captain America Rogers and said, "Captain, there is a problem now. It is completely different from what we discussed at the beginning. In this time and space, we did not give the Mind Scepter and the Cosmic Cube to Hydra. The plan has changed. How could this happen?" Captain America Rogers asked. "How should I know? This time and space is too weird." Tony Stark was speechless. This time and space seemed very evil, no matter how he looked at it. It was completely different from what he knew. What happened in this world? He was very mad and helpless now. He had no choice but to change into a special forces uniform that he had prepared long ago and blend into the crowd, ready to move. But he soon noticed that the opportunity might have come. Because not long after, a group of people stopped the Avengers, and the leader was Alexander Pierce. "Everyone, please stop for a moment. I want to ask, where are you going?" Alexander Pierce said. "Go to lunch, and then go back to Asgard." "Who are you?" Thor asked knowingly. Of course he already knew that Nick Fury had speculated that the biggest Hydra leader in S.H.I.E.L.D. was none other than Alexander Pierce. How could he not know? He was just pretending not to know. "Alexander Pierce, he is Nick Fury's boss," Tony Stark introduced. Like Thor, he was pretending. "Just call me Secretary General," Alexander Pierce said. "But I have to deal with that prisoner." Today's alien invasion was a heavy loss for him. The overall loss of mankind was negligible, and the battlefield was controlled within a very small range. But the loss of Hydra was too great, so great that he felt his liver aching. And all this was caused by the culprit in front of him, Loki, the god of trickery and mythology. This is just right. After taking them back for scientific research, he will not only be responsible for his own losses, but he also wants to see what kind of creatures these gods are. It would be great if he could study the secret of their longevity. After all, he is really old, and even if he takes longevity potions regularly, his lifespan is limited. It is not bad to live over 100 years. Chapter 306. Finale Iron Man. What? In this timeline, I wasn't kidnapped in Afghanistan? With the current technology of mankind, it is impossible to really break through the lifespan of humans to an unimaginable degree. It is already very remarkable to make an old man in his 70s or 80s behave like a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. It is something that can only be achieved at a very high price. Facing the greedy eyes of Alexander Pierce, Loki smiled disdainfully. Although he is now imprisoned, he is not something that these weak humans can manipulate at will. The darkness in the hearts of these humans is even worse than that of him, the evil god. Of course, he even felt that this human man was just the same kind of person as him. Both of them were the same villains. On the surface, they were well dressed, but what they did behind the scenes, others did not know, but he knew it too well. However, although he was also the same type of guy, he was not willing to face the same guy. Such an existence made him feel very uncomfortable all over. Faced with Alexander Pierce's direct request for someone, Thor simply said, "I'm sorry, Loki is the second prince of our Asgard, and only my father Odin can personally judge his crimes." He could also see that this was another villain like Loki. There were already too many such villains, and two more would simply make people breathless. Besides, the look in this man's eyes when he looked at his younger brother was full of malice. If he really handed it over to him, he would regret it if something happened. He can't leave. I don't care what Odin wants, but he can't leave. Alexander Pierce was suppressing his anger in his heart. He must catch Loki, the Mind Scepter, and the Cosmic Cube. That box must also be given to us. It has belonged to SHIELD for the past 70 years, and you can't take him away. The agents behind him were all ready to take action. Just when Tony Stark in the finale instructed Ant-Man Scott to disable the arc reactor of his past self, a voice was heard. The Mind Scepter is especially important to Hydra. They have been studying the Cosmic Cube for many years, but the Mind Scepter is a brand new thing. It has reached the point of being on the verge of breaking out. If it weren't for me, he could be the director of SHIELD, but he didn't know how to repay his gratitude at all. He was simply an ungrateful person. Nick Fury didn't give Alexander Pierce any face at all, and directly angered Alexander Pierce to death. Although he was Hydra, he was his old boss after all. Especially this thing is said to be able to control people and brainwash people. This is simply a divine weapon made for them. Hydra, you want to take over from me? Do you have enough votes? That is to say, there is still a long way to go before they can completely turn against each other. Otherwise, he would immediately order Alexander Pierce to take action, but he held back. If he couldn't kill Hydra at once, it would be their turn. Acting arbitrarily? I never planned to do that, but you are not qualified to control me. Don't forget that you have retired from SHIELD. Now you are only the Secretary General of the Board of Directors. These extraordinary events and extraordinary items are originally handled by our SHIELD. Don't forget it. Nick Fury said bluntly. After receiving the news, it was not only Alexander Pierce who came in person, but Nick Fury also came in the shortest time by Quinjet. Nick Fury, wearing a black windbreaker, strode over. Nick Fury, are you planning to act arbitrarily? I don't think you have the power yet. The Iron Man of the Endgame looked at this scene and was a little dumbfounded. The current situation was a little out of control. He didn't remember that there was such a thing at the beginning. In addition to the preparations over the past few years, the strength he secretly mastered was far stronger than Alexander Pierce. If we wait a little longer, even the military and even foreign government personnel may be able to wait. Now such a situation suddenly emerged. This timeline looks so weird. If he had just become the director of SHIELD, he would definitely not dare to fall out with Alexander Pierce. But now, after so long, he has already controlled most of SHIELD's resources. Why don't I remember there was such a conflict? After just defeating the aliens, everyone planned to pick peaches and wanted to get the biggest spoils. That is, this Cosmic Cube and the Mind Scepter. Pierce, I think you have overstepped your authority. Although this thing belongs to SHIELD, you seem to have forgotten that you are no longer the director of SHIELD. Now the director of SHIELD is me, not you. Alexander Pierce said coldly. Get ready to do it. The situation is a bit out of control now. He now feels that his head is about to explode. Why is this time and space so strange? Then will you be okay? Ant-Man Scott asked a little worriedly. No, at most I have a little arrhythmia. Iron Man thought about it and replied. Even if there is really something wrong, I can't take care of it. After all, it's better to die than to die. Save your own universe first. No, there is no arc reactor in your chest. Are you mistaken? Ant-Man entered Tony Stark's body and found that Tony Stark's chest did not have an arc reactor at all. Or rather, it was not like what Tony Stark said, that the arc reactor was embedded in it. What? How is this possible? Iron Man was dumbfounded. How could this be possible? At this stage, he should not have had time to get rid of his dependence on the arc reactor, especially before he met Dr. Killian and completed the operation. Oh, no, even the extremis virus soldiers appeared, which means that Killian has appeared. Jarvis, what's going on? Didn't the other me go to Afghanistan and wasn't injured by the explosion? Tony Stark said in the finale. No, sir, you didn't go to Afghanistan at this time, and there was no kidnapping or explosion. Jarvis replied. Damn it. Tony Stark couldn't help but swear. He finally knew where the problem was. This timeline was wrong from the beginning. How could he not have gone to Afghanistan? If he hadn't gone to Afghanistan, how could he, a playboy, think about protecting the world, not to mention a series of heroic deeds that followed? This is totally unscientific and unreasonable. There's no other way. Just kick him in the heart and put him into shock. Tony Stark said. Hearing this, Ant-Man Scott immediately kicked him hard. Just when the two sides were about to fight on the spot, Tony Stark suddenly felt a heavy blow on his chest, and the huge force instantly put him into a state of shock. Ant-Man crawled out of Tony Stark's body, and while everyone was worried about Tony Stark, he quickly kicked the box next to Iron Man in the end. Iron Man in the end finally found an opportunity, picked up the box, and was about to leave the scene. But the next second, before he could react, he was instantly knocked out by the Hulk, who just came down. Even the box containing the cosmic cube flew to the side, and the cosmic cube fell out of it. It just happened to fall next to Loki. Loki saw it, and his eyes lit up. This was the best opportunity. At this moment, Loki was about to make a move, but at this moment, Thor, who was standing next to him, was quick-witted and knocked Loki down with a hammer, preventing him from taking the cosmic cube. Thor used Thor's hammer to press Loki down, and gave him a warning look. He almost let him run away, almost the same as the situation in Lin Feng's diary video. If he really let him run away, what would happen? Thor put the cosmic cube back up, and then carried the box in his hand. He planned to watch the cosmic cube himself, and couldn't let his younger brother continue to cause trouble. On the other side, Nick Fury looked at Tony Stark's situation, and found that he just fainted suddenly. Although he didn't know the reason, he didn't seem to be in danger of life, so he breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, he looked at Alexander Pierce and said, I can't give these two things to you. If you want them, just apply for them. But I want to warn you of one thing. You are no longer the director of SHIELD. Many confidential information has a high level of confidentiality. You are no longer qualified to know them. Don't stretch your hands too far. Don't think that you are the only one who can speak in the board of directors. I have a say in the board of directors as well. You have repeatedly tried to interfere in the affairs of SHIELD and even to snatch our achievements. What do you want to do? Or do you want to return to SHIELD? Then you can report to the board of directors and come back. I will let you be a deputy director. Hearing this, Alexander Pierce was naturally furious. He didn't expect Nick Fury to use the board of directors to gamble with him everywhere, leaving him speechless. From the perspective of the system, it is against the rules for the Secretary General to repeatedly interfere in the affairs of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if it is brought to the attention of the board of directors, the board of directors will not support him. He will only be reprimanded by the board of directors at that time. The rule of modern politics is not to interfere with each other, and to have clear responsibilities and powers. Moreover, he did not inform the board of directors of this move. To put it more seriously, it is an act of deceiving superiors and concealing the truth from subordinates. If this is brought to the attention of the public, he will be in big trouble. Nick Fury obviously knows this, so he unscrupulously uses the board of directors to confront him. It really makes me angry. Chapter 307, Finale Iron Man. This timeline is too crazy. However, this trick was still very useful to him. Alexander Pierce knew that he was in the wrong, so he could only leave in hatred. Alexander Pierce walked out of Stark Tower with his men, his face gloomy, and he clenched his fists tightly, but he could not stop the Avengers from taking the things away. Because as Nick Fury said, he could no longer control Nick Fury legally. In the past, he used the teacher-student relationship to restrain Nick Fury. But he recently found that this set of methods was becoming less and less useful. In Alexander Pierce's opinion, this was Nick Fury himself thinking that he was full of wings and could ignore him. In fact, his guess was not wrong at all, because Nick Fury didn't give him any face, because he felt that he was full of wings. Nick Fury, Nick Fury. Alexander Pierce roared in a low voice. Boss, if we continue to let Nick Fury go on like this, I'm afraid we will be excluded by him. Crossbones said. On the surface, these people are the former director's trusted subordinates, but in fact they are Hydra's people. It was fine before, but now that the two sides have completely torn their faces, they have no choice but to get rid of Nick Fury. We must get rid of him as soon as possible, otherwise our Hydra's layout inside SHIELD will be completely destroyed by him. Alexander Pierce said angrily. This time, even if we have to take some risks and let the board of directors find out, we must get rid of Nick Fury. Anyway, we have to get rid of him. Alexander Pierce said coldly. Hydra is ambitious and wants to control the world. Nick Fury and others are the targets to be eliminated. You go down and make a plan immediately how to completely kill Nick Fury. Alexander Pierce said coldly. Yes, boss. Crossbones said with a fierce look in his eyes. At the same time, after watching the Hydra people leave, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fury, will you alert the enemy by doing this? Tony Stark asked. Nick Fury shook his head and said, it shouldn't matter. As long as he doesn't know that I know he is a Hydra, there will be no problem. He will definitely think that I'm competing with him for power. But you still have to be careful. Since they are Hydra, they may eliminate this problem from the source and may directly attack you. Nick, you must be defensive, said the Black Sister Natasha. I know. Nick Fury nodded. He knew that the other party must want to kill him. If it was just a normal struggle for power between colleagues, it would never be so, but they and Hydra are in a life or death relationship, and anything is possible. Now we have to wait a little longer and try to find as many Hydras as possible. Nick Fury said. We may not have had a way before, but now, don't we have the Psychic Scepter? Nick, do you want to use the Psychic Scepter to control those Hydra agents? Reverse them? Captain America Rogers frowned and said. He himself is quite disgusted with this kind of brainwashing control, but if it is aimed at Hydra, he seems to be able to accept it, but only to a certain extent. There is nothing wrong with dealing with Hydra, Captain. Tony Stark said. If we can't find the full list of Hydra, you know what the consequences will be. They have been parasitic on SHIELD for so many years. If there is no way to clean them up, they may develop again in a few decades. What should we do then? Count on us? By then, we will be old and dead, and Thor may be the only one alive. Don't leave the problem for the future. Hearing what Tony Stark said, Captain America Rogers was speechless, because what he said made sense. If Hydra continues to hide for decades, it will become more terrifying and more difficult to deal with. It will be too difficult to catch their traces next time. Recently, just the list they can find is enough to make people feel terrified. It involves many big men in the military, politics, and business, and even includes many big men from abroad. With the help of this platform of SHIELD, Hydra has expanded rapidly in the past few decades. Thor, who was standing aside, did not speak. He was an immortal species and could not understand the troubles of this short-lived species. Not far away, Loki also heard something vaguely and sneered in his heart. Humans are indeed such stupid short-lived species and should be ruled by them by nature. But there is no way. Now he is caught by these stupid creatures and is now sent back to Asgard. According to the consistent character of his brother and father, it is unlikely to kill him, but he may be imprisoned for a very long time. His dream of being a king is completely shattered. What kind of king is it? It's good to be alive. He will definitely not be able to go back to his hometown of Jotunheim. Even his biological father was killed by his own design. If he goes back, he will probably be beaten to death directly. In Asgard, the next generation of kings is undoubtedly none other than his brother Thor, who has only muscles but no brains. It's not his turn anyway. If he had known that the Earth was so dangerous, he would not have come to the Earth. Even if he went to a remote planet, to be a god or a king, it would be better than being taught a lesson here. The memory of being tossed around like a rag made his scalp numb when he thought about it. At this time, Tony Stark, the Iron Man who failed to snatch the box, was still in a state of dizziness and confusion. His mind was in chaos. How could this happen? How could this timeline be so upside down? Tony, how are you now? Did you snatch the box? Captain America Rogers asked. No, who knows what the situation is in this universe? I don't have the cosmic cube at all, and Nick Fury, who shouldn't be here, is here now, causing our action to fail completely. Tony Stark sighed and said, there is no chance at all. Although it has caused a certain degree of chaos, there is no chance at all. It feels like they have been prepared for it, as if they could predict it. There is no doubt that Tony Stark is definitely not a person who is used to shirking responsibility, and he doesn't want to put all the responsibility on others. But for today's incident, he can only blame this upside down world. He can use one word to describe his mood and cognition throughout the whole process. Almost every link is expected, and every link is unexpected. He has never encountered such a speechless situation in his life, but they don't have many pi particles anymore, which is the most important and troublesome thing. I thought that I came to this time and space, and could get the time stone, the space stone, and the mind stone at the same time. But now it's all a mess. Hearing this answer, Captain America Rogers was also a little dumbfounded. This was completely different from what they had imagined before. He touched the bones on his chest, thinking, damn, could it be that the Hulk's rough action of opening the door just now directly broke his ribs? Although it seems that he was not directly hit by the Hulk, he is just an ordinary person, a middle-aged man, and it is normal for him to have osteoporosis. Without the protection of armor, Hulk can kill him with a slap. But they can't reveal their identities. Once their identities are exposed, it will affect the development of the history of this time and space. But the problem is, do they still need to influence this chaotic timeline? Such a chaotic timeline must have been influenced by someone a long time ago. Soon, he joined Captain America Rogers and Dr. Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner, the Green Doctor, said excitedly, hey, guys, I have successfully obtained the time stone. What about you? Although his journey was not smooth and there were huge mistakes, it turned out that Doctor Strange at this time had not become a magician at all, but fortunately it was a blessing in disguise. He actually got the time stone from the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One. Finally, there is good news. Captain America Rogers sighed and said, today's itinerary has not been smooth, and now I finally heard good news. Suddenly, Bruce Banner, the Green Doctor, saw Tony Stark holding his chest and couldn't help asking, what's wrong with you? What else can I do? I was hit by the Hulk. It feels like I was hit by a big truck. My brain is going to pay. The final Iron Man couldn't help complaining. Oh, sorry. The Green Doctor Banner said a little embarrassedly. At that time, the Hulk was indeed uncontrollable, but he had no choice. It was not until recently that he merged with the Hulk and became like this. Don't apologize to me, it's not you. Tony Stark said. I just had a simple healing. I asked Friday to check me out. My ribs are a little fractured. I need some time to recover. I can feel the power of Hulk. It's not like he hasn't fought with Hulk before, but that was when he was wearing the anti-Hulk armor, or at the very least, he was protected by the armor. So although he knew that Hulk was very strong and scary, he didn't take it too seriously. Until he was hit just now. It was just an accidental hit. It really felt like being hit by a truck. It was great that his brain didn't fly out, thank God. Chapter 308. We don't need to destroy this history. It's already bleeding. This mortal body was hit and almost died. Suddenly I understood the fear that ordinary people feel when facing Hulk. What should we do now? There are too many things wrong with this time and space. I suspect that we must have gone to the wrong place. This is definitely not the parallel time and space we are in. Tony Stark said. There are too many places we don't know. The progress is too slow. And suddenly two people who didn't exist before appeared. Spider-Woman, Wonder Woman, and Homelander. They are all huge problems. What should we do? Should we snatch it from them? Ant-Man Scott asked. You are kidding. How can we beat them? Tony Stark said speechlessly. As for Homelander, I doubt he can blow us to death with a breath. Captain America Rogers said. In our current state, we can still cheat, but we can't beat him, especially Thor, who is not much worse than our Thor. And Hulk, the most troublesome one is Hulk. Banner, are you sure you can beat Hulk? Green Doctor Banner was a little dumbfounded. What a joke. Although he is the product of Hulk's body, after he merged with Hulk, he is the leader of his own. But the problem is that he can't beat Hulk at all. One is the problem of his own personality, and the other is that the more angry Hulk is, the more powerful he will be. But he won't get angry, his emotions are very stable, and his core is very stable. If they really fight, the beginning may be similar, but the more he fights, the less he can beat Hulk. He hurriedly said, I can't beat him. Absolutely not. I haven't learned fighting, and I don't have the Hulk's beast-like instinct for destruction. His combat power can be increased unlimitedly, but I can't. I only have the limited strength I have now. If you let me fight Hulk, I won't be able to last long. After hearing this, Captain America Roger said, you see, if you can't beat Hulk, we certainly can't do anything about it. Besides, before we came, didn't we already have a plan and principles, which is to try not to attract the attention of people in this time and space, and try not to destroy the history of parallel time and space. If we appear in front of them, even if we grab something, I'm afraid it will change history. But Captain, I don't want to argue with you, but the history of this timeline doesn't need us to destroy it at all. Tony Stark interrupted Captain America Rogers. This time and space are completely different from the time and space we know. It is very likely that we have come to a time and space that is similar, but not completely similar. We may have been affected in the middle, and the butterfly effect has occurred. The key is that it appeared on the three people who do not exist on our side: Homelander, Spider-Woman, and Wonder Woman. Is there a possibility that this is actually the correct history, and our history is the history that has been modified and influenced by others? Ant-Man Scott said. Because there is no reference coordinate system, no one knows which side of the history is correct. He even thinks that maybe the other side is the correct history. Why do you think so? Captain America Rogers asked. He seemed to have never considered whose history is correct. Tony Stark's eyes lit up. This weird time and space really made him feel too weird. Many superheroes who should not appear appeared and were unrecognizable. There are also the technology of the robot army that should not appear, and the technology of the extremis virus. At first, he thought that this timeline was affected by someone and grew crooked, but now think about it, maybe it is not this timeline that has grown crooked, but themselves. I don't know, I just thought of this. Ant-Man Scott shrugged and said, we have too little information so far, and we haven't been to other parallel time and space, so we can't compare whose development path is the right one. But one thing is certain, our strength in this timeline is obviously much stronger than our original strength, and many things that shouldn't appear have already appeared. That makes sense. For example, I didn't have to go to Afghanistan to be kidnapped. For example, there was originally a possibility that Homelander, but later died. For example, it should have been Spider-Woman instead of Spider-Man. Tony Stark said, we don't have a reference, so who knows which one is right and which one is wrong. Maybe people will find our timeline strange when they see it. Tony, you are right, but the problem is, how do we solve this problem? Ant-Man Scott said, we don't have many Pym particles now, otherwise we can steal some more. For Ant-Man Scott, Tony Stark's analysis makes sense, but it is useless. Because it can't actually solve their problem. When it comes to practical problems, everyone is a little confused and a little crazy, not knowing what to do. But we only have one chance, we don't have more Pym particles. Ant-Man Scott said anxiously. His father-in-law and mother-in-law, his wife's family are all gone, and there are no extra Pym particles to use. Among the people here, he is the only one who has lost so many relatives, so he is naturally very anxious. Calm down, Scott. Tony Stark touched his chest. The bone was really broken, and it hurt. He thought for a while and said, it's useless to worry now, I'll think of a way. Is there any other place to get this cosmic cube? And the Mind Scepter, where can we get it? Captain America Rogers said anxiously. No, we have no other chance, and no chance to start over again. Ant-Man Scott became more and more anxious and his temper became more and more irritable. We only have one tube of particles. If we use them up, we can never go home again. Do you understand? I will never see my daughter again. We don't have many chances. We only had one chance, and we messed it up. Do you understand? I'm really tired. But if we don't try, we will never be able to go home. We can't save everything. Captain America Rogers was also very tired. If they continued to argue like this, how could they solve the problem? I thought of a place where I can get the cosmic cube and replenish new Pym particles. Tony Stark suddenly thought of something. At the military base in New Jersey, were those two things there at the time? Captain America Rogers asked. For a while, yes. The more Tony Stark thought about it, the more he felt that there was nothing wrong. It was indeed the case. I seem to remember it very clearly. Seems very clear? Captain America Rogers raised his eyebrows. What do you mean by seem very clear? What the hell is this? What are you talking about? Where are we going? Ant-Man Scott asked hurriedly. He was too anxious. I know the time. I'm sure they are there. Tony Stark said. I know why I know. Of course Tony Stark knew. Because this was where his father was. What are you two talking about? Ant-Man Scott was confused, and Dr. Green Banner on the side was also unable to understand. What are these two talking about? They really didn't understand. The original plan has failed, so we can only think of another way. Captain America Rogers explained. Scott, we plan to go to another time period. In that time period, there are cosmic cubes and Pym particles. Tony means that your father-in-law is the first generation of Ant-Man. He is the first generation of Ant-Man, and he is also the inventor of Pym particles. In that era, Pym particles have been invented. It's really a black technology. Yes, even in that era, even I have to admit that he is really a genius. In that era, in that technological environment, he can develop Pym particles. It is an unimaginable miracle. Even I still can't make Pym particles. Tony Stark said. Even though he was smart and proud, he had to admit that Hank Pym was very smart to become his father's rival. The technological content of Pym particles was completely incredible and outrageous, not to mention in that era. Okay, this seems to be an idea, but what about the Mind Stone? Ant-Man Scott said. The Mind Stone is actually very easy to solve. Tony Stark said. As long as there are enough Pym particles, the restrictions on time travel will no longer exist. We can find a time and space where Hydra has the Mind Scepter and obtain the Mind Scepter from Hydra. It is much easier than obtaining the Mind Scepter from these monsters. The key is to replenish the Pym particles, and the other things are nothing. Hearing this, everyone immediately understood that, as long as the problem of replenishing Pym particles was solved, many problems would not be problems. At the beginning, they easily seized the Mind Scepter from Hydra, and because of this matter, the Matter of Ultron was later involved. Now, if he used the same trick again, he could even take away the Mind Scepter without anyone noticing, and then bring it back later. In theory, in that timeline, everything would be done in just 1 second, and the Hydra in that timeline would not be alerted. Chapter 309, The Battle of New York ends. The world is shocked. Then let's try. We only have this one chance to travel through time. There won't be any extra Pym particles. We must succeed this time. Ant-Man Scott said. Well, let's do this. Banner, you go back first, and take the time stone back first. Tony Stark said. Next we are going to the base in New Jersey. You are so big and the target is too big. You are not suitable to go. Okay. Green Dr. Banner nodded, and then he took the time stone and returned first. Anyway, in terms of time, it's the same when they leave, and they will arrive at the same time. Scott, when we take the cosmic cube and the Mind Scepter, we may have to rely on your ability. Tony Stark said. So I have to trouble you to go with us, but if you fail, you may have to rely on your own ability to live to our time. What's so scary? Ant-Man Scott said with a smile. Isn't there still Pym in that era? As long as he's there, we just need to find a way to steal it out. We'll be able to get back sooner or later. Ant-Man Scott has figured it out. As long as Hank Pym of that era is still there, he will be able to develop Pym particles sooner or later. At most, he will have to wait a little longer, and he won't stay in that era forever. There's nothing he can't do to save his loved ones. Seeing that Ant-Man had no objection, Tony Stark said, "Are you sure there's no problem? Then let's set the time and go." After checking the time, the few people disappeared directly from the spot. In the chaotic streets of New York City, no one would notice that a group of people from the future had appeared. No one knew, and no one would care, because the world is in shock now, and the huge explosive influence brought about by the alien invasion has just begun to ferment at this time. To be precise, the Avengers became famous all over the world overnight. It is not to say that the Avengers were not famous before, but that was based on the influence of the heroes themselves. For example, the most famous one is of course Tony Stark, the world's richest man, playboy, and super scientist who often appears in magazines and weekly magazines. Secondly, only Captain America Rogers has a global level of fame, which is the result of the US government's continuous propaganda for decades. Others, even Thor, are still famous in the West, especially in the Nordic region, with countless fans, but their influence quickly weakened outside the Western civilization region. After all, Norse mythology and Asgard are so ancient, even the base camp of the Nordic countries was killed by the monotheistic religion. The others are basically superheroes in an age range. With many people uploading their own battle videos to the internet, the reputation of the Avengers suddenly became bigger. Not only these superheroes, but also the Avengers to which these superheroes belonged. There are so many videos that the governments of various countries can't control them, and finally they just let them go. Whatever, that's it. Anyway, it's out of control, so let's just expose them to everyone. Those who stand out seem to be superstars, and even the little transparent Black Widow Natasha and Hawkeye Barton are also very popular, but S.H.I.E.L.D. does not disclose their names to the public for the protection of the two. And the Homelander, who finally defeated the Chitauri single-handedly, is almost worshipped as a god on Earth. It can be said that thousands of fan clubs of the Homelander appeared overnight, as if they were run as fan clubs. It's not just fan clubs, but at least hundreds of sects from all over the world claim that the Homelander is the god of their sect overnight. He is here to save the ignorant people of the world and save everyone from the crisis of world destruction. Gods who have not shown miracles before are worshipped by so many people, let alone a god on Earth who has shown his great power. For a time, the number of believers directly exceeded 10 million. Those so-called gods are all illusory, but the motherland is real and almost omnipotent, even more powerful than the serious Nordic god of thunder Thor. It has to be said that Lin Feng has harvested a lot of traffic, a lot of incense and power of faith. If Lin Feng was just a normal motherland, he might have harvested some worship, but now he has the godhood of the god of war, so these worships, these beliefs, no matter how many people are fishing in troubled waters, but the power of faith generated, will be added to Lin Feng himself. The road to becoming a god through faith is indeed an excellent road, but the premise is that Lin Feng will also be affected. Gods can influence believers, and conversely, believers can also influence gods. If relying on this wave of faith power, Lin Feng can also enter the level of Heavenly Father, but Lin Feng did not choose to do so, because once he did so, he will be completely kidnapped by believers. Anyway, sooner or later he can enter the level of Heavenly Father, so there is no need to rush for such a short time. In other words, this is also the way out that Lin Feng can leave for himself. If his breakthrough is not smooth, he may also take this path in the end. But in Lin Feng's view, relying on the power of believers is not the right way after all. In the world, the Avengers, which almost no one knew about before, officially entered everyone's field of vision after this battle, and became a superstar that everyone is paying attention to. Every member has received amazing attention, especially for the top leaders of various countries. Such a powerful team will undoubtedly become the target of competition among all parties. If this Avenger was not affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. and S.H.I.E.L.D. was affiliated with the 5 major member countries, I'm afraid that someone would have started to attack the Avengers long ago. At least for Hawkeye Barton and Black Widow Natasha, the invitations from various forces to win over super agents among ordinary people like them are flying like snowflakes. It also makes them very distressed. However, for everyone, the follow-up has just begun. Although the scope of the battle has been controlled, the scope of the destruction is still very large, and the process of post-disaster reconstruction must be entered. Of course, with the shitty administrative efficiency of the United States, it is unknown when the reconstruction will be completed. However, ordinary people are not in a hurry, because they are used to it. It would be strange if the official attitude is not like this. But for Nick Fury, the things he has faced in the past month are all kinds of headaches. The original intention of establishing this Avengers team is to deal with some extraordinary events and to deter other races, including aliens. We may not be able to compete with you, but we have the ability to retaliate. However, I didn't expect that the aliens were not deterred before our own people were deterred. Alexander Pierce also started to act and caused trouble for him in the council. I don't know if the council heard the rumors of Alexander Pierce and felt seriously threatened by the Avengers, or if they are very interested in such a powerful force as the Avengers. So these people want to bring the Avengers under their command, but only Nick Fury knows how difficult these Avengers are. In addition to Black Widow, Hawkeye, and even Captain America Rogers, who belong to SHIELD, who are relatively easy to deal with, how can others deal with it? Thor? He is the prince of the gods from outer space, and you are just representatives of the council. He is a guest of honor when he meets your president, and you still want to take him down. What are you thinking? There are all kinds of things in dreams. A similar situation is Iron Man Tony Stark. With his strength and status, he is a guest of honor when he meets leaders of various countries. You people are not as high ranking as him, and you still want to control him? Are you kidding? The rest are not easy to deal with. What's more difficult is that some people actually want to attack the countryman. He was almost speechless. They really don't know Lin Feng's record. If they really piss Lin Feng off, their ashes can be scattered. Many people forget that they are just sitting here to hold a meeting on behalf of the big countries behind them, not that they are the big countries themselves. While these superheroes attribute many great powers to their own existence, how can that be the same thing? Fortunately, Nick Fury is not without supporters. Of course, it is impossible that all the people in the council are fools. There are also many smart people among them, and naturally they know that they can't mess around. There are many who support Nick Fury, but it is inevitable that they will have to fight a battle of wits and courage. The two sides are evenly matched in this open and secret struggle in the council. Nick Fury is the current director of SHIELD and has great power, while Alexander Pierce is the previous director of SHIELD and the current secretary general. Both sides are deeply rooted and neither can do anything to the other. In fact, this is the meaning of the council's design of the position of secretary general. If the people below work together, the people above will start to feel uneasy. Of course, for Nick Fury, the most difficult problem to deal with is the problems of some idiot representatives, such as whether they can catch the Homelander, for example, whether they can study the Homelander and develop a serum, and so on. He wanted to give these people a big fight on the spot. Catch the Homelander? I really don't know how to write the word death. He was even afraid that Lin Feng could hear these words, because Lin Feng had supervision and might also have super hearing, although it would not be turned on under normal circumstances, to avoid receiving too much information. But what if he just happened to hear it? The thought of this gave him a headache. He was really on the brink of death. Chapter 310, The Amazing Auntie. She was as fierce as a tiger, and her record was 0 to 5. Lin Feng has no weaknesses at all. Even if he had a weakness in magic, he had mentioned it in his diary, and now he has added it. Besides, even if he really has this weakness, what's the use? His influence on the magic side is about the same as Zhang Zixuan's influence on the United States. I don't know who Zhang Zixuan is. He is my elementary school classmate. How can he have the ability to grasp his weakness? Moreover, his identity in reality, as well as his wealth, is one of the richest people in the world, and his influence is full. Like Tony Stark, he is a well-known big man in both the surface world and the inner world. You people are not as high-ranking as him. When you retire, you may have to kneel down and be a dog under his capital. Now you actually want to control him? You really think too much. When he finished a long day of meetings and ended the intrigues with the representatives of the major member states at the meeting, he suddenly felt the heat brought by the diary, and the diary was updated. He hurried to his office. Wait a minute, Nick. Suddenly, Alexander Pierce came up from behind him and wanted to call him. You can't be so arbitrary. Sooner or later, you will be abandoned by the council. Then wait until the council abandons me. Nick Fury walked towards the office without stopping. Seeing Nick Fury walking away, Alexander Pierce's face was extremely gloomy. Damn Nick Fury, you won't be arrogant for too long. Nick Fury returned to his office and notified all the superheroes to go online and prepare for the online meeting. After a while, everyone went online one after another. Avengers 1, the big event of the New York War, is finally over. This war came very suddenly, but it was resolved perfectly. These years have not been in vain. In the end, the New York War did not cause any huge losses. Now it is basically certain that the words of the Ancient One are correct. Even if I fight with the father level, I should not suffer. When I destroyed the Chitauri mothership before, I clearly sensed the breath of Thanos, but unfortunately, he did not choose to come up for a fight. In that state, I might be able to kill him in advance, and I don't need to wait for Thor to come to the door. Although Thanos was killed later, what's the use? What problem can it solve? What about Aunt Marvel, who came late and was useless? But it must be said that when Tony Stark was desperate, Aunt Marvel suddenly appeared, which was indeed a surprise. But as a hero, Aunt Marvel was simply a failure among failures. She played a supporting role throughout the whole process, which was a waste of the high expectations of Egghead. In terms of strength, she is indeed a father-in-law, but in terms of record, she is really as fierce as a tiger. A look at the record of 0 and 5. He has really grown to this point. Although he is not a father-in-law, he is not far away. This speed is too fast. I don't think he has done anything. Hawkeye Barton said in shock. He was very shocked. Lin Feng came from other universes. How many years has it been? Now he has reached the father-in-law level? After Lin Feng's accumulated popular science, everyone knows how terrible the so-called father-in-law level is. Any one of them can rival a civilization. Although Lin Feng is not yet at the level of a god, in his own words, he will not suffer any loss against Thanos. In some cases, he can even kill Thanos directly, which is very amazing. At that time, was Thanos really paying attention in secret? Tony Stark said. He looked worried, and this situation was also one of his estimates. To be precise, he had been thinking that, since Thanos sent Loki to raid the Earth, and planned to take away the cosmic cube on the Earth, would he have been paying attention to this battle? After Lin Feng's words, his guess was confirmed that he had indeed been paying attention. Although Lin Feng was not completely sure, some things did not need to be said too much, and they could be roughly imagined. Lin Feng almost had a big battle with Thanos in advance, which made everyone even feel a sense of cold sweat. Is this Aunt Marvel the Captain Marvel Carol you mentioned last time? At this time, Black Widow Natasha looked at Nick Fury and said. When Nick Fury saw this, he was also a little embarrassed. Although Lin Feng affirmed Captain Marvel's strength and was also a godfather level, his record 0/5. This is definitely not a good evaluation. He was a little embarrassed, but he couldn't figure it out. Could Captain Marvel be so unreliable? But he remembered that Captain Marvel was still quite reliable. In the setting of Aunt Marvel, she was even benchmarked against Superman, but the result was such a result, which was really disappointing. But in 1,000 words, when Tony Stark was about to die, Captain Marvel really helped a lot, otherwise there would be no follow-up. Benchmarked against Superman? Is it the Superman I understand? Hawkeye Barton couldn't help but say. He remembered how powerful Superman was. In the drama of the Justice League fighting Superman, everyone joined forces and was completely suppressed. If it weren't for his girlfriend's sudden appearance, I'm afraid the Justice League would be wiped out on the spot. Diana felt this the most, because she was also one of the Justice League members who was beaten by Superman. She had never thought that someone could be so strong before. The father god Zeus she imagined was just like this. But how could such a strong person have such a poor record? Everyone saw that the diary had updated another video at this time, and they hurried to watch it. The video unfolded, and everyone saw Hawkeye's family. Hawkeye Barton was playing with his family happily, and then teaching his children to shoot arrows. Seeing this warm scene, everyone smiled a little. But soon everyone saw that beside Hawkeye Barton, all his relatives turned into ashes in an instant, and he didn't figure out what happened, and kept calling his wife and children. Everyone suddenly remembered what they saw in the previous video. Half of the people in the universe were gone with a snap of Thanos' fingers. Hawkeye Barton did not participate in this battle. He thought he had escaped, but now he saw a more tragic scene. The originally happy family was instantly destroyed. Hawkeye Barton couldn't help but burst into an angry roar. Clint. Black Widow Natasha patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Hawkeye Barton forced himself to calm down, but his fists were clenched, which was enough to show how angry he was. To be honest, he didn't appear in the Avengers 3 when everyone was fighting against Thanos. He knew the reason. It can be traced back to the Avengers Civil War. He chose to help Captain America Rogers. In the end, between facing the expectations of his family and exile, he chose his family. In exchange, he was confined to his farm. Ant-Man Scott had the same experience. So although he felt touched by the battle in Avengers 3, he didn't feel it as deeply as everyone else. That battle seemed to have nothing to do with him. But now he knows that he is wrong. This battle is closely related to everyone, especially himself. He lost all his family members in one breath. Everything. It's not just one or two, but everyone is gone. Thanos. Hawkeye Barton clenched his fists and his eyes were red. For the first time, he hated his powerlessness so much. Facing such a threat, he could not help at all. "Clint, it hasn't happened yet. Calm down." Black Widow Natasha said to comfort him. "Natasha, you are right. I have to calm down. I can't let this happen again." Hawkeye Barton nodded, but at this time he was already thinking about whether to transform himself. Whether it is a super soldier serum or the desperate virus, it is better than such an ordinary person who has no way to face the future. And everyone was not feeling well at this time. Perhaps it was the first time they saw with their own eyes how the whole family of the person they could call a teammate disappeared in the flash. It felt too painful. It was a lonely spaceship drifting in the universe. Inside the spaceship, Tony Stark and Nebula were sitting opposite each other and playing games. "Are we on the way back?" Tony Stark reacted. It should be the two people left after the Avengers and the Guardians of the Galaxy fought against Thanos and were finally annihilated by Thanos. Others also remembered that they had seen it in Lin Feng's diary video. They could have won, but they failed in the end because of the stupid teammate Star-Lord's mess. Then Thanos killed Vision and obtained the last Infinity Stone. Finally, with a snap of his fingers, he wiped out half of the life in the universe. Everyone was gone, leaving only Tony Stark and Nebula. But the game these two played was very childish, as if Tony Stark was teaching Nebula to play some children's games. The scene turned. Tony Stark picked up the helmet of his armor and then began to prepare for recording. This made everyone more certain that Tony Stark and Nebula were walking towards the Earth, from Titan to the Earth. But why did Tony Stark look so haggard, as if he was about to die? In the boundless void of the universe, this spaceship looked very helpless because it was not even in flight. And obviously compared with Nebula, Tony Stark's condition was worse. Because humans are not a race suitable for space travel, living in the universe for a long time will have a huge impact on human condition. Nebulas are a cosmic race and have been transformed, so their condition is obviously much better. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311, Desperate Iron Man's Last Words. Before they could think about it, Tony Stark started recording and said, "Hey Miss Potts Pepper, if you find this video, don't post it online. It's too sad. This is the last word." In everyone's mind, they couldn't help but have such thoughts. There is no doubt that Tony Stark in this video is in a desperate state. He has really reached a desperate state. He even wants to use his armor to record in the hope that Pepper will have the opportunity to get a helmet in the future and see what happened to him. Obviously, after the Battle of Titan, the road back to Earth from Titan is not easy. Everyone can feel the tragic and heroic. He was so high-spirited and rushed into Thanos' lair, but the result was such a fate. He lost all his teammates and even the Guardians of the Galaxy who joined temporarily, and in the end only Nebula was left. How desperate it is, how desolate it is. But everyone also knows that he will be saved, because Lin Feng also said that there will be Aunt Marvel, Captain Marvel, to save people. In addition, there is a video of the three giants of the Avengers fighting Thanos at the end, which is enough to prove that Tony Stark will be saved at least at this stage. However, they know that Tony Stark on the sacred timeline does not know that he will be saved in the future. At this time, he must be very desperate, and this paragraph is obviously his real last words. Tony Stark's face outside the screen is also very solemn. He can feel his despair at that time. I don't know if you can see this. I don't even know if you are still. God, I hope you are okay. Tony Stark said slowly. There was a pleading tone in his tone, and even a bit of pitiful emotions. Everyone also knew why, because he saw the scene after Thanos used the Infinity Gauntlet with his own eyes. Under the snap of the Infinity Gauntlet, all beings are equal and disappear randomly. It has nothing to do with where you hide, and it has nothing to do with your identity. No matter whether your identity is noble or humble, even different races or different forms of life, the result is the same, and there is only a 50% chance. In this case, Tony Stark naturally hopes that Pepper will be fine. This is the only person he really cares about in his life. Under this kind of finger snap, everyone is equal. Even Lin Feng is afraid, let alone Pepper. If it is his turn, there is really no way. At this time, his love for Pepper is not so much love, but it has slowly transformed into a certain degree of family affection. She is his last relative. If even she is gone, Tony Stark's miserable degree will not be much better than Thor or Hawkeye Barton at the beginning of the video. Today is the 21st day. Tony Stark said. No, it's the 22nd day. Compared with the vast universe, I'm insignificant. If you don't think about it, I'm doing okay today. The infection is much better, thanks to Blue Sister here. Everyone looked at the picture of Tony Stark being treated on the screen. It was a huge and hideous scar. The scars of this degree reminded everyone of the image in which Tony Stark was stabbed through by Thanos. He originally wanted to stab Thanos, but failed, and was stabbed through by Thanos instead. He was just a mortal, so even with the bonus of the Mark armor, his combat power was just that of an ordinary person. I didn't feel much at the time, but now it seems that it is really not easy to survive with such serious injuries. You will definitely like her. She is very capable, but she was a bit heavy. The fuel tank exploded during the battle. We thought of a way to use reverse ion charging to gain about 48 hours of flight time. Tony Stark said, and at this time, everyone finally knew where the problem was. It turned out that the fuel tank of the spacecraft was blown up during the battle, so now it can only drift in the universe, and it can't even complete the space jump. Striving for 48 hours of flight time is equivalent to doing nothing in terms of the spatial scale of the universe. After all, the distance between a planet and a planet in the universe is very far. This little fuel is basically equivalent to sitting and waiting to die. Most people would have given up hope. Tony Stark was the only one who had a strong enough will to hold on until now. But there's no other way now. We are still thousands of light years away from the nearest convenience store. The oxygen can only last until tomorrow morning, and that's it. I said there would be no accidents, but I really hope to complete this last mission, but now it seems that you know it. Don't be too sad. I mean, you can grieve for a few weeks, and then continue to live with self-blame. I have to lie down and close my eyes. You know, every day when I go to sleep, these days are the same. I'm fine. Everything is fine. I will dream of you, and it's always you in my dreams. Everyone can feel the despair in the last words even through the screen. There is not enough fuel, and there is still a long distance to the next supply point. Eating and drinking are also big problems, and there is not much air. In general, he is now in a desperate situation. He can only be described as waiting to die. He can't find any possibility of survival at all. This is the end of going to Titan in a fit of rage. Tony Stark turned off the power of his helmet, put on his clothes, and lay down quietly to wait for death. At this point, even a determined man like Tony Stark had no other choice. A good cook cannot cook without rice. After all, this is still a materialistic world. The entire universe was very quiet, without any light, and the silence made people feel crazy. However, at this moment, everything finally turned around. That is, the turning point that everyone had been waiting for appeared. endless light emerged, dazzling as if it was the light from heaven. Even Tony Stark opened his eyes in his sleep. Outside the spaceship, there was a woman floating, and her whole body was glowing. Carol. At this time, Nick Fury outside the screen was the first to recognize that this woman was none other than Captain Marvel Carol, who had not met for many years. She is the Captain Marvel you mentioned, Carol. Tony Stark finally understood who this person who would save him in the future was. Godfather level, so she also has the ability to cross the universe, especially the ability to cross the universe in her physical body? Everyone also remembered that Lin Feng had just said in his diary that she had the strength of a Godfather level. Such strength, in Lin Feng's current evaluation system, is undoubtedly the strongest. But such a person eventually became a pig teammate. The last time Lin Feng clearly mentioned a pig teammate, it was none other than Star-Lord. But it was precisely because of Star-Lord's performance that Tony Stark really had no confidence in the strength of these pig teammates. But when he saw that Captain Marvel Carol in the picture could actually cross the void, he was dumbfounded. Is this the strength of Captain Marvel? Is she still human? Not only Tony Stark, but everyone was also dumbfounded. Who was the last person to cross the void? Lin Feng. Yes, it was Lin Feng, who is now regarded as a god on Earth. In addition, they didn't know who else could cross the void of the universe at will. No wonder Lin Feng specifically mentioned it. No matter what her record is, at least the strength of the father level boss is officially recognized by Lin Feng. This is really awesome. At this time, everyone has been a little convinced. This may really be a father level boss. But why would such a boss become a pig teammate? They can't figure it out. Of course, what makes them more gratified is that this is a father level boss of mankind, and he is not from outer space. He is a pure superhero from his own home. Even in their hearts, he may be more reliable than Lin Feng. Pure, they come from the universe, natural, earthlings. Then why didn't you call him back earlier? Tony Stark complained to Nick Fury. Maybe I don't know. When you did these actions, no one notified me. Nick Fury said. On the sacred timeline, he can be said to know nothing. So if you throw the problem to him and ask him why he didn't call Captain Marvel back quickly, it would be too unfair for him. If you had told me, I wouldn't be like this. Of course, it is possible that before the disaster began, no one knew that the scope of the disaster would be so large and so terrible. However, before Nick Fury could explain, the scene changed, and in front of a mansion, Captain America Rogers was shaving. Captain America Rogers, who had just shaved, felt the ground trembling slightly. A group of people rushed out of the Avengers base and saw Captain Marvel Carol flying back with a huge spaceship. It also confirmed Captain Marvel's strength from the side, which is indeed the strength that a powerful father level boss should have. At least this strength is not inferior to what they know about the Hulk when he exploded. Tony Stark walked down with the help of Nebula, and Captain America hurriedly stepped forward to welcome him down. Although they haven't seen each other for several years, at this time, the initial grudge has disappeared without a trace. Under the threat of Thanos, the initial things have long been turned into wind and scattered. In front of such a powerful enemy, the initial persistence has no meaning. Chapter 312. After the snap, the future timeline of endless despair. She has the ability to jump through space. At this time, Tony Stark outside the screen suddenly spoke. If she doesn't have the ability to jump through space, even if she can fly at the speed of light, it will take 2000 years for this spaceship to reach the next supply point. Obviously, on the sacred timeline, can't last for 2000 years. The only reasonable explanation is that she has the ability to jump through space, and this is consistent with what you said, Fury. She is chivalrous in outer space. The distance between the planets is so far, and she can't do it without this ability. When everyone heard this, they took a breath of cold air. As for interstellar civilization, let alone their speculation, even if they saw it from Lin Feng's video, they saw interstellar spaceships jumping through space more than once. This is nothing. It is a very common technology, even if it is a super high-tech content for humans. But being able to shuttle through wormholes alone is completely beyond their imagination, and this is without the help of a divine object like the space gem. It has to be said that the father level boss is so terrifying. Although I don't know how it was done, it directly reflects the terrifying strength of Captain Marvel. I couldn't stop him," Tony Stark said dejectedly. He was so weak that he needed to breathe heavily to speak. He hadn't eaten for too many days, and the long-term confinement in the spaceship had caused great damage to his body and mind. I couldn't stop him either. Captain America comforted him. It was not the fault of any of them that they failed to stop Thanos, because Thanos was too strong. They joined forces and used all their strength, but they were hung up and beaten. It was not pleasant to have a group of people being hung up and hammered by one person. Wait a minute, that child died. Tony Stark looked at Captain America and said with an apologetic look on his face. Everyone outside the screen also knew who the child he was talking about was. It was undoubtedly Spider-Man Peter Parker. If everyone didn't know how close the relationship between Spider-Man Peter Parker and Tony Stark was before, then after reading the diary for so long in the past few years, how could everyone not know how important Spider-Man Peter Parker was to Tony Stark? That is, his biological son who was not his biological son. Watching the little guy disappear in his arms, the feeling was so desperate and suffocating. However, Captain America Rogers could only say, "Tony, we lost." He could understand Tony Stark's current pain, but he could only comfort him and could not help. Then, Tony Stark was about to speak, and suddenly, Pepper Potts ran over and hugged him, saying, "Oh my god, oh my god. It's okay, it's okay." Tony Stark kissed Pepper Potts and said. After that, everyone walked into the Avengers base together. The people outside the screen were very silent when they saw this scene. Although it was not the first time to see the scene after the Flash, it was different from the later opening of the multiverse by Spider-Man. At that time, everyone had been brought back, except for Tony Stark's sacrifice. Everything else was perfect, so the atmosphere was not sad. But now it is different. Everything is too desperate. More than half of the lives in the world are gone. Hawkeye Barton's family has been flashed. Everything is so dark. It makes people feel desperate. Half of the world's population has lost their lives. In that situation, it can really be said that everyone is in the same boat. No one can protect themselves, because whether they can survive depends on their fate. It doesn't make any sense to protect themselves. Nick Fury said, "It seems that the communicator I activated at the end worked, otherwise Captain Marvel wouldn't have come back so timely and brought Tony back." Everyone could see that Nick Fury was obviously trying to take credit. Just now everyone blamed him, and now Tony Stark can be saved, so he should be credited. But didn't they say that Captain Marvel is a person from decades ago? Now you can't see it at all, or do the gods have all kinds of ways to prolong their lives? Hawkeye Barton said. There was still some envy in his words. After all, this is immortality. How many humans don't want to be immortal? Those rich people invested so much money, isn't it just for immortality? As a result, someone did it easily. Although Nick Fury is also old and looks relatively young, they are of similar age, but one looks energetic and vigorous, while the other is obviously in his twilight years. Even Nick Fury was shocked, because he hadn't seen this old friend for many years, and there was no difference in his memory, and he had aged too much. How to say it? It's hard to judge. Everyone thought of those father-level masters they knew. It seemed that no one was really trapped by the problem of lifespan. Even the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One could draw energy from the dark dimension to make himself immortal, not to mention others. It seems that at this level, living for hundreds or thousands of years is a basic ability. There are even people like Odin who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and even Dormammu who has lived for millions of years, or even longer. This is not only an improvement in strength, but also a leap in the level of life to an unimaginable degree. Thor is already a god-level existence, but he is still several levels away from the father level. In the entire universe, there may be less than 10 father-level bosses known to the public, which is enough to show the existence of this level in the high level of life. Anyway, it's quite outrageous. I think this is not a human being, not even a god, and not much different from the legendary god. Tony Stark said in shock. The existence of Captain Marvel Carol is a subversion of his worldview and cognition, especially when he saw Captain Marvel appear outside the spaceship in the video. He was numb. What about Thor? He is known as the Prince of Asgard, a god, and a priest. So what? He still needs to take a spaceship to enter and exit the universe. What about the Hulk? The beast that is known as the Invincible. The more furious it is, the more powerful it is, but it still needs to take a spaceship. Although Asgard can travel back and forth between the 9 realms through the Rainbow Bridge, it is a transmission technology, which does not mean that Asgardians can travel across the universe in the flesh. For example, when Loki fell from the Rainbow Bridge, everyone thought he was dead, because normal people, no, even normal gods, could not survive in the void of the universe. But he was able to cross the universe in his physical body. When I think of Lin Feng, who claimed that his combat power was comparable to that of the Father in the Sky level, he seemed to be able to cross the universe in his physical body. I suddenly felt that this was not the exclusive ability of the Father in the Sky level. Moreover, he could cross the entire universe, and thousands of light years could be reached in just a dozen hours, which was a bit outrageous. But this is normal. What she wants to maintain is interstellar peace. If she can't jump through space, how can she maintain interstellar peace? Nick Fury said. Then can we find her back in advance? Since we have such a strong combat power on our side, there is no reason not to find her back. I'm really tired of being threatened by Thanos anytime and anywhere. At this time, Bruce Banner said. He has some psychological trauma about Thanos. Although the person who was traumatized was not him, but Hulk. Hulk is his biggest trump card. If even Hulk is afraid of Thanos and becomes autistic after being beaten, it means that Thanos may be more terrible than he imagined. I think you may have underestimated Thanos. Captain Marvel may be very powerful, but it is hard to say whether she can match Thanos. Moreover, Thanos may have several Infinity Stones in his hand now. With the power of the Infinity Stones, can Captain Marvel beat him? Captain America Rogers frowned. He was deeply confused. But we still have Lin Feng. His strength is not bad. Hawkeye Barton said. The situation may not be as dangerous as we thought. The scene turned and appeared in the conference room. The members of the Avengers who were not killed by Thanos' snap gathered together. Participating in the meeting were Tony Stark, Captain America Rogers, Captain Marvel Carol, War Machine Colonel Rhodes, and Black Widow Natasha. These are the people who have attended the meeting so far, and the others who have not appeared will most likely not appear again. Everyone then saw the horrific consequences of Thanos' snap. Governments are falling apart, and the departments that are still functioning are doing population statistics. Black Widow Natasha was explaining the current situation to the remaining Avengers. There were also many portraits of people who had sacrificed their lives on the projection, such as Scarlet Witch Wanda, Ant-Man Scott, and Hank Pym. These are just superheroes, and the losses of ordinary people are unknown. According to the statistics, it seems that what he did is exactly the same as what he said. Thanos took away half of the lives. Black Widow Natasha paused, then said, "Where is he now? Where?" Iron Man Tony Stark was silent for a while, and then questioned everyone. "We don't know. He opened a portal and left." Captain America Rogers shrugged, and said a little helplessly. Tony Stark laughed mercilessly and sarcastically, then pointed at Thor beside him and said, "What's wrong with him?" Tony Stark was skinny at this time, precisely because there was nothing to eat on the spaceship. This made him look at least 10 years older, and he didn't look as high-spirited as he was before going to Titan. Chapter 339 Man. Thanos hit me in the face with a planet. Everyone could sense that Tony Stark was a little emotionally broken, but the silent Thor was also broken. He's angry. He feels like he failed. That's true. Rocket Raccoon replied. But is it and isn't it? Honestly, if you didn't speak, I'd have thought you were a stuffed toy. Tony Stark said. Whatever. Rocket Raccoon pouted, but wasn't angry. For the past 3 weeks, we've been searching for Thanos' traces, and satellite scans of space have yielded nothing. Captain America said in frustration. Tony, you fought him. They had never given up on finding Thanos, and half of the world's population had died. Who could accept this shitty result? But before the American team could finish, Tony Stark rudely interrupted the American team and said, "Who told you? I didn't fight him. He smashed a planet into my face, and the magician handed over the gem. That's how it is. There is no way to fight him. He is different from Tony Stark in this timeline." He doesn't know what Doctor Strange is thinking. He has resentment in his heart. Although he survived because Doctor Strange handed over the time stone. But their overall strategy completely failed. However, the people outside the screen don't think so, because they also know what kind of person Doctor Strange is. It can be said that in order to save the world, he is also a person who will do anything to save the world. His will is also extremely strong. Facing the dark dimensional Lord Dormammu, he can die countless times and use time loops to force the dark dimensional Lord Dormammu back. Basically, it can be described as seeing death as returning home. There is nothing wrong with that. How can such a person hand over the time stone so easily? Everything is just for the 1 in 14 million success rate. Captain America Rogers continued to ask, did he leave any clues or coordinates or something like that? Tony Stark didn't answer at all. He was extremely depressed at this time and was about to go crazy. He said excitedly, I knew all this a few years ago. I expected it a long time ago. I can't believe it. I thought it was a nightmare. With a person like Tony Stark, such a personality would not habitually pass the buck, but at this time his anger could no longer be suppressed. He had not seen what the tragedy of losing half of the world's people was like, but he had already lost the little guy he personally invited to join the Avengers. His mentality had exploded. If they could prepare earlier, perhaps everything would be different. Only the people outside the screen knew that, even if they could prepare earlier, a few years would not change anything. But they also knew that Tony Stark was somewhat paranoid. Since experiencing the New York War, his spirit has been in extreme tension. But unlike everyone else, Tony Stark would never sit and wait for death. He has been going all out since then. In order to deal with the upcoming Chitauri army, he prepared everything. He even created Ultron and brewed the Ultron Crisis. Even the subsequent Sokovia Accords and the Avengers Civil War were all based on this. He even created another superhero, Vision. It turns out that he is far-sighted, but no one believes it. Even others are still entangled in whether the weapons are dangerous or not. Even Tony Stark himself doubts whether he thinks too much and has paranoia. Tony, we need you to concentrate. Captain America said. I needed you before, but that was before, more than you need it now. It's too late, man. Tony Stark was talking about the Civil War. Although they can temporarily put aside their grudges to deal with the common enemy, the grudges still exist. Under Tony Stark's extremely unstable mental state, it will become a mine that may explode at any time. After all, his parents died. How could he really let it go so easily? I'm sorry. Captain America Rogers knew what he was talking about. He had tried to make amends afterwards and did a lot of work to make up for it afterwards, but regret was useless. The big mistake had already been made. Tony Stark became more and more agitated and abnormal, and even started to smash things, saying, do you know what I need now? I need to shave, and I remember I told you. Tony Stark said, while pulling the needle off his arm. Tony. War Machine Rhodes persuaded. I told you, and those who are not here, that we need to arm the whole world with armor, remember? Regardless of whether it infringes on our precious freedom, that's what we need. Tony Stark said with great excitement. Why was he angry? Because he found that they only began to regret it until now, and only began to regret it now, after the world had lost half of its people, after he lost the child, after he almost lost his wife, he finally began to regret it. He knew that what he did at the beginning was right, but it was too late. After this series of things, he was more determined about one thing, that people can only talk about freedom when they are alive. What freedom can a person have when he dies? Damn freedom. If you don't believe it, ask those who were killed by Shuo, and ask them whether they are willing to lose a certain degree of freedom or to die. I believe that 99% of people still want to live. There is a great terror between life and death. This is an Oriental proverb, and when Tony Stark was waiting to die on the spaceship, he really understood what this sentence meant. No one is willing to wait for death willingly. In fact, the people outside the screen understood him the most, because when they deeply realized how terrible Thanos was, and how terrible this crisis was, they immediately changed their minds to the same as Tony Stark. According to Lin Feng, Thanos is just a supervillain in the first stage, and there are more to come. In the face of survival, everything else is unimportant. But Captain America Rogers in the picture did not agree with this sentence, saying that road will not work after all. He still believes that the reason why people are human is to have the value of freedom. It is also the core reason for his struggle in this life. Otherwise, why would he risk his life to fight the Third Reich and Hydra? Wouldn't it be better to just be a good citizen? But his words also completely angered Tony Stark, and he exploded. I said we would lose, and you said that even if we lost, we would face it together. What happened? Captain, we lost, and you didn't exist at the time. Is that our level? Can we only be one step slower than others? Can we only be Avengers? Can we only be Avengers and not preventers? Tony Stark said angrily. He wanted to go forward and argue with Captain America, but War Machine Rhodes hugged him and said, yes, that's enough. You've said enough. Sit down. Okay. Tony Stark was too weak at this time. I'm not finished yet. Tony Stark pointed at Captain Marvel Carol and said, she's good. We need you. You're the new force. Then he pointed at Captain America and continued, you old rubbish. I have nothing to give you. No coordinates, no clues, no tactics, no plans. Nothing. I'll never believe you again, you liar. Tony Stark was extremely excited. He pulled the reactor off his chest and put it in Captain America's hand, saying, take this. When you find him, put it on and hide. After saying all this, Tony Stark was so weak that he couldn't even stand up. He sat down and even fainted. The two people's ideas are still contradictory even to this day. They will not change because of the passage of time and will even continue to escalate and oppose. Captain, I think the key is to sacrifice freedom to a certain extent and protect the right to survive. Natasha, the widow, said to Captain Rogers outside the screen. I know. Captain Rogers said. Of course, he is not an old stubborn man. The only difference is that he doesn't know what kind of enemy he will face in the picture. It may really lead to the destruction of the entire human civilization. If possible, he doesn't want to be an Avenger. He wants to be a preventer, to stop the crisis before it happens. Tony Stark feels that what he has done during this period is not wrong. Look at the future of the parallel universe. When they face the army of a Chitauri, they are so helpless and even have to rely on the army of an African native tribe. He would rather let the politicians of various countries be suspicious of him and think that he has too strong a force in his hands, rather than being able to fight back when the Chitauri invade in the future. Finally, let them, the Avengers, play the decapitation tactic. We have seen what the end of the decapitation tactic is. It's miserable. Almost wiped out, only 2 survived in the end, and they almost died. Even Captain America Rogers' thoughts at this time gradually began to move closer to Tony Stark, instead of being more like the original self in the parallel universe. Just like in the timeline of Zombie Marvel, people have become zombies, so what's the point of talking about freedom or not? In the scene, everyone hurriedly gave Tony Stark an injection of sedative, then they breathed a sigh of relief and gathered together. Chapter 314. Shocking. Thanos destroyed the Infinity Stones. After ensuring that Tony Stark was fine, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Take good care of him. When I come back, I'll bring him a bottle of Zorian elixir. Captain Marvel said. After that, she was about to go to the battle in a hurry. Where are you going? Captain America Rogers asked. To kill Thanos. Captain Marvel Carol said viciously. Black Widow Natasha chased after him and said, hey, we usually fight as a team, and morale is not high now. Captain America Rogers followed closely and said, we know that space is your territory, but this is also our battle. War Machine Rhodes asked the soul-searching question at the critical moment, asking, do you know where he is? I'll just ask someone. Compared with those villains who want to rule the world at any time, such as Hydra, Dr. Killian, etc., Thanos is really a breath of fresh air in the villain world. He always has only one answer, to go to that garden. Captain Marvel Carol said. Thanos spent a long time to make me perfect. He kept telling me about the grand plan. At that time, even if I was cut into pieces, I still wanted to please him. I would ask, where will we go when we are done? This sounds more or less inspiring. No, you can't think like that. If you think about it again, your position will be distorted. They were beaten up by others during their peak period, let alone now, and the gem is still in his hands, so War Machine Rhodes couldn't help but say, then take it back. War Machine Rhodes heard this and couldn't help but say speechlessly, it's really good. Thanos actually has a retirement plan. When the people outside the screen heard this, they looked at each other. Although they had heard about it from Lin Feng's diary, they still felt it was outrageous and speechless. This is the supervillain in the first stage. An existence that killed half of the life in this world and retired. At this time, Nebula, who had been silent, stood up and said, no need, I can tell you where Thanos is. If you don't consider him as a villain, from Thanos' perspective, isn't he a person with great power? Seeing the suffering of all beings in the universe, he is about to be unable to bear it. At this time, he works hard for the better development of the world, and finally completes the perfect balance between the universe and the living beings, and finally retires to enjoy his old age. Thanos is there. After seeing the planet, Nebula immediately reacted and recognized it. At this time, Captain America Rogers in the picture asked, so where is he? The most important thing is that he actually succeeded and retired successfully. Captain Marvel Carol said directly on the spot, save everyone. Since Thanos snapped his fingers, the Earth has become the atomic bomb of cosmic energy surges. There has never been such a large energy until 2 days ago on this planet. Rocket Raccoon explained, while calling up the projection. In the last battle, not only Hulk was psychologically traumatized, but he was also psychologically traumatized. A group of people were no match for Thanos. Everyone looked at the garden-like planet, and they were extremely shocked. Black Widow Natasha said, he used the Infinity Stones again. Nebula recalled the past that she could not bear to look back on. Hey, we are short-handed now. Bruce Banner said with lingering fear. Is this fair? She has such confidence that she can even touch Thanos. Even if the hope of reversing all this is very slim, for the sake of our lost comrades, we must try our best. Black Widow Natasha said. Bruce Banner shook his head and said, even if we do it, how do we know that the ending will be different from before? Captain Marvel Carol said confidently, because you didn't have me before. War Machine Rhodes frowned, then said, hey, newcomer, everyone in this room is more or less a superhero. I want to ask you, where have you been for so long? Captain Marvel Carol replied, there are many planets in the universe, but unfortunately there are no people like you to protect them. Thor obviously didn't have time to listen to such words, and then he summoned his Storm Axe directly, and then said, I like her. Let's go get rid of this bastard. Captain America looked at the projection of the garden planet, and said with determination. When the picture turned, the Avengers had arrived on a spaceship of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Seeing that the spaceship jumped directly to the garden planet, everyone couldn't help but show a bit of envy and jealousy on their faces. This is the technology that humans should develop. It is impossible to develop in the direction of Asgard's magic civilization. The ancestors of the Asgardians were demon gods, and now they are the result of degeneration, not evolution. Even so, there are only a few gods in all these years. I'll go investigate first, said Captain Marvel Carol, who was glowing in the universe, and her whole body was emitting golden light. Although the environment in the universe is very harsh, it is not difficult for her at all. There are no satellites, no ports, no troops, and no ground defense. Carol replied after exploring a circle. He is the only one. Unlike what everyone imagined, this is not a military fortress, nor a scientific planet, but just an ordinary planet. Everyone looked very solemn, and Nebula was the first to speak. That's enough. As the camera turned, it entered the interior of the garden planet. In a beautiful world, a small thatched house appeared in front of everyone. Such a beautiful scenery, even the members of the Avengers outside the screen were stunned. Such a beautiful place is simply too suitable for retirement. Being able to see such scenery every day is simply a life without regrets. But soon, everyone was upset. They fought desperately to find their loved ones. Countless dead souls were crying, but after killing so many people, Thanos was still in the mood to live an idyllic life here. It was so unfair. The thatched house was very simple in shape, and the scarecrow outside the thatched house was wearing the armor that Thanos once wore. Thanos limped in the woods, then picked some fruits, and prepared to make a fire to cook, looking like an old farmer in the woods. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would have believed that there was a cosmic overlord living here, a master of the level of a famous father in the world? Thanos was in a very difficult situation. Suddenly, a terrifying beam of light swept over. Just when he was about to resist, he saw Captain Marvel rushing over and instantly locked Thanos' throat. At the same time, his two hands were also grabbed by Bruce Banner and War Machine wearing the anti-Hulk armor. Thor jumped off the roof and directly cut off the hand of the Infinite Glove that Thanos was wearing. Then Captain America Rogers, Rocket Raccoon, and Black Widow Natasha came in one after another. Rocket Raccoon took up the chopped off hand with great effort, and then saw that the place where the 6 Infinity Stones were supposed to be placed was now empty, without a single Infinity Stone. Everyone was dumbfounded. If the Infinity Stones were gone, then what was the point of doing something they were working so hard for? Captain America and Black Widow Natasha looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. Then Captain America Rogers began to ask, where did the raw stones go? Answer his question. Captain Marvel Carol locked Thanos' throat and roared in a low voice. Thanos injured the pain of his broken hand and said, the universe needs to be corrected. After that, the original stone has no use except temptation. Hearing his words, Bruce Banner finally couldn't help it. He roared and pushed Thanos to the ground, and then roared, you have killed countless lives. But Thanos said, you should be grateful for it. As soon as he finished speaking, he was punched in the face by Bruce Banner. Black Widow Natasha resisted the anger and sadness in her heart. She realized that the problem was not good. If what Thanos said was true, the consequences would be unimaginable, especially looking at Thanos like this. I'm afraid it's true. Where are the Infinity Stones? She resisted her excitement and said, no more. Thanos looked at Black Widow Natasha and said, everything turned to dust. You just used it 2 days ago. Bruce Banner immediately retorted excitedly. 2 days ago, the huge ripples that vibrated in the universe were even received on Earth. It was just used up, but at this time, it was said that the Infinity Stones had disappeared. Isn't this a lie? How can they believe it? They didn't believe it at all, nor did they want to believe it. Thanos said, I use the Infinity Stones to destroy the Infinity Stones. Thanos looked at everyone with a firm look in his eyes. He did all this without any regrets. He said, this almost destroyed me, but my mission is complete. This is destined to be so. I'm the destiny. At this time, everyone understood why half of Thanos' body was charred black. They were originally very surprised that someone could hurt Thanos to this extent. Even when he snapped his fingers and destroyed half of the life in the universe, he didn't pay such a painful price. At that time, he was still severely injured by Thor's Stormbreaker. It turned out that he destroyed the Infinity Stones. Destroyed the Infinity Stones with the Infinity Stones. Chapter 315 Thanos' head was chopped off. Everyone was in disbelief, especially the people in the picture, who were unwilling to believe it. If that was the case, then what were all the efforts they made for? They didn't believe it, couldn't believe it, and didn't want to believe it. War Machine Rhodes said in a panic, let's look for him carefully, he must be lying. But Nebula rejected his opinion and said, my father can do anything, but he never lies. She knew very well that her adoptive father was such a proud man. He never lied or concealed his purpose. He wanted to destroy half of the life in the universe. He always said so and did so. No matter who he was, he didn't bother to hide his secrets because he felt that he was so upright and there was nothing to hide. This was the pride of Thanos, and Nebula knew this very clearly. If Thanos said so, then the facts should be so. Ah, thank you, daughter. Thanos said with relief after hearing his daughter say so. Maybe I'm too harsh on you. Thanos just finished this sentence, and it seems that he wants to say something else, but he will never have such an opportunity in his life, because his words have completely angered the furious Thor. The furious Thor chopped off his head with one move. His anger can be felt by everyone reading the diary even outside the screen. Because of Thanos, he lost so many things. He lost his people, lost his dearest brother Loki, and overnight, he became a lonely man. Without a tribe, without relatives. The so-called king has become a huge joke. He became the king who ascended the throne in the fishing village as described in Lin Feng's diary. Isn't that funny? He has done everything and can retire. He wants to turn the page with just one sentence. I don't do it anymore. What about his family? What about his people? They are all gone. In this case, Thanos still wants to perform a fatherly and filial piety in front of him. What should he do? How could he allow it? What did you do? Rocket Raccoon looked at Thor and asked. This time I'm going for the head. Thor looked at Thanos' body, said such a puzzling thing, and turned away. But everyone outside the screen who had watched the previous video understood what this sentence meant. It was what Thanos said to Thor before, you should go for my head. That time, Thor's furious axe fell down, but it only hit his chest, so the tragedy happened later. The tragedy of Asgard had been caused, and could not be reversed. But he had the opportunity to prevent a larger tragedy. He had the opportunity to prevent half of the creatures in the world from being destroyed. But because his axe was crooked, he missed the best time to kill Thanos. But this time, everything was different. He cut off the other's head. However, this has no meaning except venting anger. Those lives that were extinguished in Thanos' snap can never be found again. Even if he cut off Thanos' arm and his head, even if he won the final victory, what's the use? Everything can't be changed. At the end of the video, there is the last lonely figure of Thor. Shocked, the daughter brought a group of yellow-haired people to the door to ask the old father for something, but the old father did not give it, so the daughter and the group of yellow-haired people chopped off the old father's head, dog head. Seeing Lin Feng's dog head barrage, everyone was speechless. Before Lin Feng crossed over, he studied journalism in the original universe, and he learned the characteristics of journalism very clearly. Tony Stark said speechlessly, facts are facts, but with this description, why do they seem to become bad guys? And Thor, who was beside him, had a gloomy face. He was not happy at all, because he cut off Thanos' head in the picture. On the contrary, it might be very desolate for him and that self. Originally, he could have stopped all this, but he didn't do it, because he was not strong enough. Thor clenched his hands tightly, and held everything tightly. Everything he wanted to master was very important to him. In the future, his strength will never keep up with the time when he needs it, which will lead to a series of subsequent tragedies. His strength will never be enough. Now his strength is indeed very strong, and compared with his future self, it is not much worse, but now he can prevent many tragedies. For example, when the Dark Elves invaded, this time, he would not let his mother be killed by the Dark Elves. If his strength could be stronger, even Asgard could be protected. For example, he could suppress his sister, the goddess of death Hela, on behalf of his father. He watched his people being slaughtered by Thanos, and even his dearest brother was crushed to death by Thanos. Later, he had a chance to kill Thanos. If he was stronger, he would be holding the Storm Axe. Even if he did not hit Thanos' head, it would be enough to kill him. But he did not do it. The key to each time here, in his opinion, is strength. If he had Lin Feng's strength now, many tragedies could be avoided. As an immortal, he is not sensitive to time, so he can't really understand Lin Feng's sense of urgency. For him, a few years is not much different from a few days for ordinary people. But now he has a very strong sense of urgency. In Thor's eyes, these things, the tragedies that happened later, are all lessons for his poor practice in his early years. Everything is almost the same, but it will be very different at the critical moment. But it's not right. If that's the case, why is there the so-called Avengers 3 giants fighting Thanos? At this time, Agent Hill spoke up. Everyone thought, yes, judging from the time shown here, it should be not long after Thanos snapped his fingers that the Avengers hit the Garden Planet. How could Thanos not die? There is a bug here. It could also be other timelines. After all, Lin Feng didn't say that this is not another timeline. At this time, Coulson thought of something and said, it is indeed possible that it is another timeline. After all, if what Thanos said is true, then he should have destroyed the Infinity Stones. Then how can we collect the Infinity Stones? So I tend to think that it is another timeline. The timeline is forked. Maybe this is what Doctor Strange said, a 1 in 14 million chance of winning. Captain America Roger said, no, that's impossible. Tony Stark said, if the timeline goes along this path, There will be no resurrection of Doctor Strange, and there will be no resurrection of Peter Parker and others. Is this the victory he wants to pursue? I don't think it should be. Everyone is now in a confusing feeling. It is really hard to say what is the so-called correct timeline. Unfortunately, Lin Feng did not say it. But no matter which one it is, we must do our best and not let Thanos succeed. At this time, Hawkeye Barton said. He really lost his entire family in this battle. He didn't even participate and didn't figure out what happened. Suddenly, he was gone. He absolutely could not accept such a result. Everyone nodded. Although they were not exactly the same as Hawkeye Barton, they were in the same mood. Especially Thor, who also had an urgent need to protect his family, had the same view. Nick Fury said after a moment, "This clip shows that, first of all, the Infinity Stones can be destroyed. Wanda destroyed Vision's Mind Stone before, and now Thanos also uses the Infinity Stones to destroy the Infinity Stones, which shows that these so-called Infinity Stones that existed at the beginning of creation are not indestructible." Everyone nodded. This is a hammer. This Infinity Stone is not an indestructible basic law, but just some stones with special powers. Tony Stark touched his chin. He originally thought that this Infinity Stone was a manifestation of some rules, so it was impossible to destroy it, just like how the rules were destroyed. But now it doesn't seem as powerful as imagined. At the same time, in Lin Feng's mansion, at this time, a powerful force was surging on his palm. This is the power of his faith as a god of war. It must be said that this is indeed a fascinating power. After a moment, Lin Feng collected this group of faith power. He could almost feel that this group of faith power was growing every moment. Maybe he would not let this thing tempt him. After the Battle of New York, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The next wave would have to wait for several years. Everyone waited for a while, and when they saw that Lin Feng had no intention of continuing to update the diary, they finally dispersed. At this time, the aftermath of this war was still spreading in the outside world. Although there were aliens before, basically all governments tacitly chose to suppress the news. After all, the world is too complicated, and it is best for ordinary people not to know. But now with the invasion of the Chitauri, the pot has been opened at once. All kinds of speculations about aliens for decades have been confirmed at once, setting off a huge wave of alien planets. Chapter 316. 1 year later, the Superhero Registration Act 2013 came quietly. As time went by, even the huge sensation caused by the large-scale invasion of aliens continued to cool down. The damaged streets in downtown New York have gradually recovered. In Len's Technology Park, in Lin Feng's mansion, he was spinning a pen while listening to the report of the blonde beauty next to him. This is the third body of Red Queen. Compared with the first generation, the third generation is more realistic and can hardly be seen as a robot. Boss, the person you have always asked me to pay attention to has appeared. Spider-Man has appeared. According to the information we have investigated so far, he is indeed the Peter Parker you mentioned. Red Queen answered meticulously. Included in the archives of Street Heroes. Lin Feng said immediately. He frowned. Spider-Woman appeared a long time ago. He thought that after Spider-Woman, the creation of Spider-Man might be aborted, but he didn't expect that he would become Spider-Man according to the original script. He was still chosen by the Spider Totem, not as an ordinary person, or when bitten by a spider, he would become some kind of spider monster, or become a lizard man. None of these possible options happened, and he finally became Spider-Man. This is a bit interesting. 2 Spider Totems appeared in one time and space. The Vulture team, relying on such simple equipment, actually made good equipment by hand, which shows that their hands-on ability is outrageous. What a talent, Lin Feng said with emotion. Lin Feng is already very fast with the system, but compared with his Faith clone, it is not enough. In order to enhance the strength of the Faith clone, he had to let the Homelander clone go everywhere, to do justice and wipe out the ugly people. This is just the result of 1 year. If there are more years, it is possible that the Homelander clone will enter the father level faster than Lin Feng's original body. After all, the real godhood is in him. In this short period of 1 year, the Homelander clone's strength has soared to the point that it is only 1 level lower than his original body. Such strength is much stronger than the current Thor. Vulture is the villain in the Dutch version of Spider-Man 1, and also his father-in-law. Boss, recently the number of crimes caused by Chitauri technology has increased dramatically. An organization has begun to sell weapons modified from Chitauri technology weapons. Its leader is a man named Vulture. Red Queen continued to report meticulously. But at the same time, because he was bored, or to prevent it, he began to set up a behind-the-scenes organization called the Foundation. The only real high-end combat power is Lin Feng's own body and the clone of the motherland. At present, the Foundation is still in its infancy. It is basically some desperate virus soldiers. It is okay to deal with ordinary supervillains, but there is no way to deal with the really powerful ones. Vulture secretly collected some Chitauri weapons from somewhere and became a small mobile weapons dealer, selling them to some criminal gangs in exchange for money. It can be said that the more actions you take, the faster your strength grows. His body does not need to take action. Although he cannot share the increase in strength brought about by this, the insights of the way of gods brought by the clone of the motherland after the continuous growth of strength are shared with Lin Feng. Because he used the power of faith, and according to certain laws revealed in the Godhead of War, he created a clone of the power of faith, and created a clone of the Homelander. No wonder so many gods choose to embark on the path of faith to become gods, which is indeed fast. Files have been established for various superheroes and supercriminals. If Lin Feng believes that these people are dangerous to the world, he will send people to take them in, and even does not rule out the possibility of him personally taking them in. From that time on, all the incense related to the Homelander has flowed to the Homelander clone, not to him. But it is enough. Since Spider-Man has begun to appear, it is normal for Vulture to appear. Lin Feng touched his chin and said, every time he takes action, he can increase the number of groups of believers who are called fans. In the past year, Lin Feng has made fewer and fewer moves himself. On the contrary, he is more accustomed to hiding behind the scenes, but the identity of the Homelander is still very active in the world. The theorem of this universe is very strange. Many folk experts can rub out quite outrageous equipment by rubbing their hands. After the defeat of the Chitauri, all the Leviathan spacecraft, the Chitauri aircraft, and their own equipment basically lost contact and fell to the ground in an instant. Although Lin Feng wanted to complain that none of these people could fight independently after being disconnected from the internet, this also brought great benefits to the Earth. Basically, all countries are frantically dividing up the various weapons. Faced with pressure that is almost equivalent to that of all countries on the Earth, even a strong country like the United States cannot not give any to other countries. Basically, all the well-known countries in the world have received a part, and the largest share is still shared by the 5 major countries. Among them, the largest share is still the United States itself. But in addition to the governments of various countries, there are also a large number of various organizations that have also obtained a large number of samples, but most of them are well-known organizations and are well-known in the other world. For example, SHIELD, Hydra, the Eastern Spear Bureau, the Ten Rings Gang, etc. But there are indeed not many finished products like Vulture that are completely handmade. It can only be said that this is another genius who has gone astray. Of course, Lin Feng's Lin technology also has a lot of samples. Boss, should we take them into the Foundation? The Foundation also needs such talents. Red Queen suggested. Let's see first. If we continue to take them in, then my place will become a villain base. Lin Feng said with a bit of a smile. At present, Ivan Vanko is helping him to continuously produce and improve the mechanical soldier army. Especially after Lin Feng used Tony Stark's record to stimulate him. He didn't want to lose to Tony Stark and worked hard on research. Tony Stark was multitasking. Although the progress was not slow, he barely caught up with the progress, and the products he made were almost the same. Tony Stark's products were more exquisite, while Ivan Vanko's products were a bit stupid, big, and rough, but the performance was not bad at all. Professor Connor helped him to continuously improve the Extremis virus. It has reached the 3rd generation. Compared with the original, the people transformed by this version of the Extremis virus are stronger, more emotionally stable, and safer. If the transformation continues like this, it is possible that the strength of the Extremis soldiers will be comparable to the Winter Soldier who was injected with Super Soldier Serum. At present, this progress is very gratifying. So Lin Feng was not in a hurry. Put Vulture and his team in the archives of street villains and keep close watch on them, but don't take action easily. Lin Feng said. Since there is Spider-Man, this is what Spider-Man needs to face. He does not intend to take over. After all, Spider-Man's biological father is Iron Man, not his Homelander. Homelander will only not eat beef, right? By the way, boss, there is another thing worth paying attention to recently. Recently, there are forces in various governments that have begun to push for superheroes to accept registration. If successful, they will be pushed to the United Nations. Red Queen said. Superhero Registration Act? Lin Feng suddenly remembered that there is indeed such a bill that forces superheroes to register, and this has caused a series of tragedies, because after some superheroes registered, their identities were exposed, and they encountered unexpected events. But not registering will make the current government and many people in the private sector worried. The original Civil War split of the Avengers was not because of this superhero registration bill. Of course, the direct fuse was the Winter Soldier, but in fact the core reason was the Superhero Registration Act. Even if there was no Winter Soldier, the two sides held different ideas, and splitting was a matter of time. It's just that, if there was no Winter Soldier, the split between the two sides might not be so intense, and the intensity might be controlled within a relatively small range. But the core reason is that one of them supports control, allowing the government to control superheroes, represented by Tony Stark. But Tony Stark is also naive, because he is a super capitalist, so even if he registers his identity, few people can do anything to him. Even so, he will be squeezed by Secretary of State Ross and still have the risk of being arrested. For ordinary civilian superheroes, it is even more unfriendly, and they will basically be treated as potential criminals. Tony Stark himself is not on guard against this, and that every day. This is not a mentality unique to Tony Stark, but a mentality that almost all superiors have. Everything must be in his own hands to be at ease. In the feudal era, the emperor even felt that his own son was a threat and had to be on guard. He has the capital to protect himself, and his life is relatively comfortable, but others are not so lucky. This is still the movie version. After the comic version of the Superhero Registration Act was introduced, it was like detonating a nuclear bomb, and it directly led to a major event. After Tony Stark's identity was exposed, his mansion was bombarded by helicopters. After the civilians' identities were exposed, the consequences were disastrous. Look at what happened after Peter Parker's identity was exposed. The ending in Spider-Man 3 was considered mild. What's more terrifying is the exposure of the comic version, which really means the death of the whole family. The worries of Captain America and others are not unreasonable, especially Captain America, who knows very well how ugly the superstructure is. It is better to believe that Sows can climb trees and they can stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun than to believe in them. Chapter 317 Spider-Man and Iron Man are the real father and son without any blood relationship. Especially the superstructure of the United States. Cannibalism, really cannibalism, not an adjective, is done. What else can't be done? Captain Rogers has seen a lot, so he doesn't believe these people. So if such a bill is pushed now, there will be some quarrels at that time. Have you found out who is pushing this bill behind the scenes? Lin Feng asked. Many forces are almost pushing this bill at the same time. One of them is Hydra. There are many parliamentarians from various countries who are marked as Hydra by us, and senior officials are also involved. Red Queen replied. Hydra, that makes sense. Lin Feng thought about it and said. For an evil organization like Hydra, that is determined to rule the world, superheroes are undoubtedly a very big obstacle, so it is possible for Hydra to find out the bottom in advance, and even use administrative power to suppress, or even eliminate these superheroes. Boss, do we need to mobilize our forces to stop it? Red Queen asked. No, although some people are fanning the flames, this is also the will of the people and the general trend. It is useless to stop it. Lin Feng shook his head and said. After all, he had just saved the world, was at the center of the storm, and had countless fans. Who would dare to cause trouble at that time? Now, a year has passed since the incident, and after the situation has gradually cooled down, the undercurrents inside have gradually begun to surge. But this time is different from other Spider-Man Peter Parker. This little spider Peter Parker has Tony Stark as his biological father. Since he is his biological father, he must have left some good equipment for him. Doghead. Logically speaking, Spider-Man who appeared so early might miss the incident of being bitten by a spider, but since he knew that every Spider-Man or Spider-Woman, or any other spider was selected by the Spider Totem, he understood. Okay, boss. Red Queen nodded and said, so what's the point of stopping it? With unity from top to bottom, no one can stop it. As long as the Spider Totem selects Peter Parker, it doesn't matter whether he has been bitten by a spider or even whether he is that genetic spider. But now he appeared in advance, which is a bit wrong. Again, when the Hulk lifts up the car you just bought with a loan and throws it at the house you just bought with a loan in order to beat the bad guys, I believe that even the most considerate people cannot understand. Spider-Man is finally out. Is Marvel going to enter the second stage? Lin Feng muttered to himself. Thinking of this, Lin Feng began to record today's diary. Lin Feng did not want to be the villain. Of course, it was impossible to get him to register. What a joke. What the Motherland did was the Motherland's business. What did it have to do with him, a super capitalist? But this matter should also be kept an eye on, archived at any time for easy reference, and there is nothing else to do. You supervise their scientific research progress, Lin Feng said. Although there are many interest groups that are fueling this, it is generally the will of the people. Tony Stark is not the only one who has persecution delusion. Many ordinary people at the bottom will also have that feeling. Lin Feng waved his hand and let Red Queen leave. He went out as little as possible during this period. When something happened, he would let Homelander's clone handle it. Anyway, he had to practice in seclusion. Vulture started selling alien weapons, which was just the beginning. Only when he sold more would he be noticed, and the plot of Spider-Man 1 would start. Peter Parker still became Spider-Man. It seems that the Spider Totem of this world has not given up on him. The one who chose Gwen should be another Spider Totem. Vulture also appeared. One of Spider-Man's eternal enemies, the Sinister Six, also began to appear one after another. Although the rest are still unknown, they are probably not going to escape. This trend of thought has always existed, but it was suppressed by the Avengers superheroes who saved the world. So he obviously felt that this timeline was a bit wrong, but he still thought it was quite normal. At least he found a reasonable explanation. But the appearance of the Spider System and the beginning of the plot of Spider-Man 1 are not the same thing. Logically, Captain America 2 should be the next, when Hydra is eradicated, and then Age of Ultron. After Age of Ultron, Captain America 3 will be the Avengers split, and Spider-Man seems to appear at that time. In fact, he doesn't know whether this Spider-Man came out too early or too late, but he just feels that something is wrong. Not necessarily, maybe a few Evil 6 members are pulled from other parallel universes. Among these 6, Kraven the Hunter should definitely appear. This guy really thinks boredom is fun, and hunting Spider-Man is a way to prove his ability. After defeating Spider-Man, he committed suicide, which is also, it's hard to evaluate, it's just a brain disorder. At least keep the Iron Spider suit and wait for Venom to come from the parallel universe. Maybe you can get a Venom Spider suit, tut tut. However, Peter Parker, this unlucky child, is no worse than Thor. His parents, uncle, and Aunt May are dead, and even his godfather Tony Stark is dead. His girlfriend is gone, and there is no second girlfriend, and his good friends have forgotten him. No wonder after becoming a street hero, Peter Parker's identity gradually disappeared, and only Spider-Man was left. This unlucky child. It's not easy, but it must be said that Tony Stark really put a lot of effort into him. Spider-Man hopes that he can be the pride of Tony Stark and do as well as him, but Tony Stark hopes that he can do better. He really makes me cry. This is a father and son without blood relationship. What's the connection? On the roof of a building, a thin but strong figure sat on the edge of the building, looking at a diary in his hand. It was a teenager who looked about 14 or 15 years old. He looked plain and had a bit of the bottom of the world. He was wearing a red and blue homemade battlesuit, which looked very shabby. But when he saw the contents of the diary, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Turning the pages one by one, he felt that his 3 views were blown up. It turns out that there have been, or will be, so many terrible things in this world. Is this world so dangerous? He never knew this. Seeing this scene, he was a little dumbfounded. But he saw his future battlesuit. No matter which one, the basic one or the Iron Spider suit, it was much better than the simple version he made now. Sure enough, he was really a poor guy. Even the current battlesuit was pieced together. He knew how good Tony Stark would be to him in the future. Although it has not happened yet, it is still very touching for him. Because he never thought that someone could love him like this. Apart from Uncle Ben and Aunt May, this is probably the first person, especially in the future, he dissipated in Tony Stark's arms. He saw his helpless look and felt very uncomfortable. Iron Man Tony Stark is undoubtedly one of his idols. The reason why there is another one is because the other idol is Captain America Rogers. But then they seemed to break up. This made him very uncomfortable. Both idols broke up. Who should he stand on in the future? It seems that his future self has chosen to stand on Tony Stark's side without hesitation. But this does not mean that he no longer admires Steve Rogers, who is his idol. He also saw his recklessness. Because of his talkativeness, he directly led to the birth of the multiverse. He still doesn't know what the consequences are, but it won't be a simple problem to deal with. He feels a little guilty, but now he knows that he became Spider-Man, not because of the accidental bite of that spider. Or, in fact, no matter which spider he was bitten by, or whether he was bitten by a spider or not, it would not prevent him from becoming Spider-Man, because the person who chose him was not a spider, but the so-called spider totem, so he will become Spider-Man sooner or later. He even has to be glad that he became Spider-Man, because there are parallel timelines in which he became a lizard man, or a spider monster, not Spider-Man. Thinking about it now, there is still a lingering feeling. He continued to read on. What would his future enemies be called? The Sinister Six? The Vulture or his father-in-law? His girlfriend's father? My god, he doesn't have a girlfriend yet. In the bottom schools in the United States, people like him who only study hard are not popular, so he has no girlfriend at all. Even before he got the ability of spiders, he was still nearsighted, which made him even more unpopular. How could a girl like him? He has no money, can't do sports, and is very introverted. He can't become the target of girls' attention at all. Moreover, he doesn't fly that leaf, and can't even integrate into the group. I didn't expect that I would have a girlfriend in the future. This made him feel incredible. Is it that MJ? He remembered the girl who accompanied him after his future information was exposed. Suddenly, his heart was a little throbbing. At the same time, all the Avengers also went online, and the online meeting was held on time. In a year, everyone has undergone earth-shaking changes, especially Thor, who even kept short hair and began to prepare to integrate into the environment of the Earth. Because the people on Earth are more accustomed to short hair and wearing suits, he kept short hair and wore suits. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, Spider-Man goes on a mission, and everyone is more nervous than he is. Thor's aesthetics, of course. He doesn't like to have short hair, and long hair is also his point of pride, but now in order to adapt to the environment of the Earth, he has to do so, and even started to wear a suit. Everyone saw it, and it must be said that Thor began to grow up and become mature. And the sign of becoming mature is that he no longer does whatever he wants. Today is another Spider-Man special. Tony, this is your godson. Black Widow Natasha said. Tony Stark shrugged and didn't refute. He is now used to people teasing him that Peter Parker is his non-blood son. He has become Spider-Man. According to the information I have obtained so far, this little guy has begun to learn to be a street hero on the street and a good neighbor of New York citizens. Tony Stark said. But this vulture, Jarvis, is there any information about this vulture in the database? Don't bother Jarvis, I know. Nick Fury said. According to information from within our shield, this Vulture should be a criminal group that has recently emerged, specializing in the sale of Chitauri weapons, but its scale is not large, and it has just begun to enter our sight. I see. Let's see what happens. Tony Stark did not choose to eliminate the Vulture immediately. Since Lin Feng said that it was one of Spider-Man's enemies, it would be good to leave it to him for training. After all, it doesn't look very dangerous, and he should be able to deal with it with his ability. But you should also pay a little attention. According to Lin Feng, this little guy will eventually lose everyone and become a simple Spider-Man. Although many of us have done this, he is still young, and he still has a chance. Captain America Rogers said. He is like this now. Slowly, he no longer has a life as Steve Rogers, only a life as Captain America. Everyone nodded, and it was obvious that they knew very well what was going on. Many of them had similar troubles. At the same time, in a hospital in New York, Stephen Strange looked at today's diary. Is it that Spider-Man again? He remembered the last time he saw the intersection between him and Spider-Man Peter Parker in the diary. It really messed up everything. The memory was not good. But this is just a little guy. He can't have too many requirements for the little guy. At the same time, Spider-Woman Gwen read the diary with curiosity. She was resting at home and saw the update of the diary. Spider-Man and Spider-Woman. It was the same series at a glance. As people chosen by the Spider Totem, she couldn't help but be curious about Peter Parker. It is even said that in some parallel time and space, they are still lovers of similar age. I cried to death. Tony Stark probably didn't care so much about his own daughter Morgan. I hope you do better. Tut tut. It's amazing. Who wouldn't be moved? Facing Lin Feng's ridicule in the diary, Tony Stark didn't have any expression at all. He clicked on a new video in the diary and watched it. At the beginning of the video, Spider-Woman Peter Parker landed on a cruise ship. Okay, Karen, turn on the powerful reconnaissance mode. Spider-Woman Peter Parker carefully began to check the passengers on the ship. No problem, said Karen, the artificial intelligence of the spider suit. Then, soon after, an audio voice was filtered and appeared in everyone's ears. He's on the main deck in front. I hate that guy. Keep in touch at any time. The guy under the bridge that day, right? Who is the other guy? Spider-Man Peter Parker recognized one of them. Soon, the voice after the analysis of the artificial intelligence Karen came, saying, no relevant records were found in my behavior database. There is a call from May Parker. Do you need to connect it to the current display? Karen, the artificial intelligence, continued to remind. I can't answer it now. Call her back later. Peter Parker said quietly. When everyone saw this, they naturally saw that there was no doubt that Spider-Man was tracking a criminal gang in the future. However, everyone could see that Peter Parker's suit clearly had traces of Tony Stark's high technology, especially the artificial intelligence. It was obviously Tony Stark's work at a glance, and there was also the function of the short-term paragliding paraglider, etc. There is no doubt that this suit was made by Tony Stark. Tony Stark nodded. This also looked like his own handiwork. However, since he had even made the Iron Spider suit for him, it was reasonable to make another one. For example, the suit he wore when he invited him to the Avengers Civil War. But he immediately frowned and said, this little guy is skipping classes again. Because he found that the little spider Peter Parker in the picture didn't even dare to answer Aunt May's call, obviously because he was guilty. He was a little unhappy. In his eyes, a kid of this age should listen to the class honestly, instead of doing anything chivalrous. In the United States, the elite and the lower class are completely two species. The children of the lower class just want to be happy and don't need education, so it is common for them to skip classes and go out to play. However, for the elite class, their values will never accept their children going out to play during class time. Even their children want to be competitive. Some schools will clearly tell these elite children that you will rule the world in the future and you will be politicians and businessmen, so you must work harder to benefit more people. As the scene unfolded, everyone began to feel nervous. You know, they were not so nervous when they were on a mission. But when they saw Spider-Man tracking the criminals, everyone couldn't help but get nervous. It must be said that they might have unconsciously treated this little guy who they had not yet met in reality as their son or nephew. It felt like the first mission for a younger generation, like a son or nephew. Soon, Spider-Man Peter Parker followed the small drone and came to the deck above the ship. "Who's that on the left?" Spider-Man Peter Parker asked. "McGagan Gale. Multiple criminal records, including murder." Karen asked. "Do you need me to activate the instant kill mode?" "No, Karen, don't mention the instant kill mode to me again," Spider-Man hurriedly said in a panic. Obviously, this instant kill mode was a bit too powerful for him. Obviously, this was also Tony Stark's work. Soon, the key information of the criminals meeting came out: the white pickup truck. Spider-Man Peter Parker also said, "Drone, search for a white pickup truck on the ship." In a moment, the drone had found the white pickup truck. "It's perfect," Spider-Man Peter Parker said. "The buyer and seller of the weapons are in the same place. Well used, and you are willing to use your brain." Tony Stark saw that the little guy used the high-tech he installed on him quite well, and nodded with satisfaction. Although he was not satisfied that he did not attend classes in school, he still recognized that he was willing to use his brain. However, Tony Stark called soon, which immediately made Spider-Man Peter Parker panic. "I said, this kid must be skipping classes." Tony Stark's face was gloomy and not happy at all. Although he skipped classes a lot after he started to rebel in adolescence, his father later sent him to a boarding school, which indirectly led to his not seeing his father for the last time. But the problem is that when he became a father himself, he began to repeat the same practices as his father. Although he tried his best not to repeat what his father did, he hoped that he would be different from his father. However, the real mentality may still be the same. He also hopes that Spider-Man can receive a complete education instead of skipping classes to do justice. This kind of thing can obviously be left to adults. "Mr. Parker, are you free?" Tony Stark said. "I'm at school," Spider-Man Peter Parker hurriedly said in a panic. "You're not at school." Karen did not hesitate to expose Spider-Man Peter Parker. On Karen's side, the real first authority is still Tony Stark, not Spider-Man Peter Parker. "That rescue in Washington, D.C. was great," Tony Stark said. "Rescue in Washington, D.C.? A question mark suddenly popped up in everyone's mind. There is no doubt that it is another point that they didn't know before. Something must have happened. This little guy performed well. Spider-Man Peter Parker just wanted to hang up quickly. "Okay. My dad didn't care much and encouraged me," Tony Stark said. "I want to break this vicious cycle now. Can we talk next time?" Peter Parker wanted to hang up the phone quickly. "Don't interrupt me when I'm praising you," Tony Stark said, with a slightly unhappy expression on his face. He was clearly trying to be an elder who was different from his father. "Anyway, there will be more big events in the future." "What's that sound?" Tony Stark heard the sound of a ship's whistle. "That's the sound of me practicing the orchestra." Spider-Man certainly couldn't admit it. "That's weird." "Happy said you quit the band 6 weeks ago," Tony Stark said a little strangely. "What happened?" Tony Stark was so smart that he immediately realized something was wrong. Chapter 399 Man, if Spider-Man dies, I will think it is my responsibility. Tony Stark realized that something was wrong, but Spider-Man Peter Parker didn't care about that at this time. He hung up the phone and attacked the criminal. "He's really noisy." Tony Stark couldn't help but complain. Who did he learn this from? In the picture, Peter Parker kept talking while fighting. "Tony, he might have learned it from you. You also like to talk a lot during the battle." At this time, Captain America Rogers couldn't help but complain. "Do I?" Tony Stark couldn't help asking. "Yes, sir, you talk 50% more frequently during the battle than usual." At this time, Jarvis made a perfect move, making everyone laugh. "Okay, I know, you can shut up," Tony Stark said somewhat angrily. "Okay, sir," Jarvis replied. Everyone laughed so hard that they fell backwards. However, they didn't laugh for long. Spider-Man Peter Parker's action was unexpected. The sudden appearance of the FBI even treated Spider-Man Peter Parker as a criminal. Then the Vulture appeared. It was the first time that everyone saw what the Vulture looked like. He started to fight with Spider-Man. He was just an ordinary person, but with the equipment he made by himself, he could even fight Spider-Man to a pulp. Until the end, the whole ship was cut in half, and countless seawater seeped in. At this time, although Spider-Man was already panicking, he immediately asked the artificial intelligence to scan the perspective of the hull for him and mark all the support points. Then he showed his amazing strength. He forced himself to hold the hull that was about to split in half. The passengers on the ship praised him one after another, but before they could praise him more, the hull was torn apart again, and countless spider silk broke apart. For a moment, everyone was desperate. Tony Stark outside the screen was thinking that the strength of this spider silk was obviously not enough. It was like this just to support a ship. Maybe he had seen too many big scenes, so in Tony Stark's eyes, even a big event like the whole ship being cut in half turned out to be a small matter. It was nothing strange. Suddenly, at this moment, the hull was straightened, and the one who took action at the critical moment was none other than Tony Stark. "Hey, Spider-Man, aren't you in band practice now?" Tony Stark still couldn't change his habit of being sharp-tongued, especially when he was very angry. This kid who should have been studying hard is now doing such a dangerous thing. While welding the cracks in the hull, he also had time to complain about the little spider Peter Parker. When he finished dealing with these, he finally flew away from the scene calmly. This contrast, the gap between a mature, well-tested superhero Iron Man and a fledgling young guy, was instantly reflected. Tony Stark, who was outside the screen, saw this scene and couldn't help but say a little proudly, "This kid, he still has a lot to learn." "Tony, when you were Iron Man just now, you weren't much better. Are you asking too much of him?" Diana said at this time. "It's not that I have too high expectations for him. Judging from his age, I will die soon, and Thanos will invade. In this case, how much time will he have to grow up? You all know that time is the most precious thing." Tony Stark couldn't help but say. Although he didn't want to ask too much of Spider-Man Peter Parker, the future was too dangerous, and he was about to die, so Spider-Man had to take the lead. Without Thanos, did their situation get better? No, they all opened the door to the multiverse. How could the future be better? He had to ask this little guy to have higher requirements than in the original timeline. Only in this way could he shoulder the future and become the successor of Iron Man, instead of the cowardly appearance in the original timeline. Even if it's a little strict now, it's better than dying in the future. Especially for Tony Stark, he didn't want to see his child die in his arms again. In the picture, on the top of a building, Spider-Man Peter Parker was looking at the sunset and seemed to be thinking about why he made things like this. There was a sound of flying mechas breaking through the air, and then a Mark armor flew over. Peter's background of making trouble. "I told you not to care about these things." Tony Stark tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. "On the contrary, you stole a set of millions of war suits so that you could do things behind my back, and you did the things I told you not to care about. Is everyone safe?" Peter Parker just asked lightly, and he was also very angry in his heart. He had obviously notified the other party a long time ago, but what happened? He didn't care, and now it has become like this, and he wants to blame himself again, which is simply too much. If Tony Stark came, things obviously wouldn't have turned out like this, but it still turned out like this. "It's not because of you," Tony Stark said sarcastically. "It's not because of me?" Hearing this, Spider-Man was also angry. "Those weapons are circulating outside. I tried to tell you this, but you didn't listen. These things wouldn't have happened. If you had listened to me, if you really cared, you would have come here in person." But just as he finished speaking, the Mark armor opened directly, and Tony Stark in a suit came to the front of Spider-Man Peter Parker. Tony Stark also had an angry look on his face. As he approached, he angrily said, "I listened to you, kid. Otherwise, who do you think notified the FBI? Do you know that I'm the only one who trusts you? Everyone said I was crazy to recruit a 14-year-old child into the team. I'm 15. Spider-Man's voice softened at this time. He also realized that he was wrong. Tony Stark did not ignore the things he reported. He was the one who violated the other party's words. At this time, he finally remembered what he had done. He skipped classes, lied to Aunt May and Tony Stark, and hacked the suit Tony Stark gave him. If he had done things beautifully, he would still have something to say. But the problem is, he messed up. If Tony Stark hadn't come to clean up the mess, how many people would have died or been injured? He was a little too ashamed to face Tony Stark. It was too embarrassing. No, shut up from now on, okay? The adults are talking. Hearing this, Tony Stark became even more angry and furious. What if someone died tonight? Things would be different, wouldn't they? Because it's all your fault. If you died, I would think that the responsibility is mine. Tony Stark was very angry, but he forced himself to calm down and said, I don't want to feel guilty about this. Yes sir, I'm sorry. Spider Peter Parker knew he was wrong at this time. It was not as easy as he thought to become a qualified superhero. Yes. Tony Stark sneered. What's the use of apologizing? Spider Peter Parker said weakly, I understand. I just want to be like you. But I hope you can be better than me. Tony Stark expressed his expectations, but his eyes were even more disappointed. He hoped that this little guy could grow up well, and even be better than himself in the future. He regarded him as a close nephew or grandson. Even now that Tony Stark had no offspring, he almost raised him like a son. Although everyone could see that for Spider-Man, Tony Stark was his idol, and he hoped to do as well as his idol. For him, that was already very good, but Tony Stark didn't think so. After he came to complain, he had a longer term and better plan for Spider-Man. He should become a better person and a better superhero, not the same person as himself. Obviously, the two sides had some differences in their expectations for the future. For Spider-Man Peter Parker, the appearance of Tony Stark replaced the original role of his father, and for Tony Stark, he really treated him as his own child. He left too many expectations on Spider-Man, and didn't want the relationship between the two sides to be like the relationship between him and his father, and the two sides were in a mess. In the end, it caused great regret. Because of the relationship in the boarding school, he didn't even see his parents for the last time. That's why he was so angry at this time. For a person like him, if something really happened, he would only feel that the responsibility was on himself. He would blame himself. Why didn't he make better equipment? Why didn't he care more about the other party? Why didn't he pay attention to it in the first place, which eventually led to such a consequence? Well, since it didn't work, then I want this suit back. Tony Stark said bluntly. After hearing this, Spider-Man hurriedly asked, how long? Forever. Yes, that's the rule. Tony Stark said directly and decisively. No, please. Spider-Man tried to make Tony Stark feel compassion. This is all I have. Without it, I'm nothing. If you are nothing without this suit, then you don't deserve it. Do you understand? Tony Stark warned directly. Chapter 320 With great power comes great responsibility. This sentence seemed to be a reappearance of the scene back then. On that aerospace mothership, Captain America Rogers asked him, if you didn't have this suit of armor, what would you be? He could still be a philanthropist, he would still be a playboy, a super genius, a scholar. In general, even without the armor, he would still be an outstanding existence, and one of the few people who are at the top in the human world. If Peter Parker can't do this, then he doesn't deserve to have this suit. He is just a person who can do whatever he wants with the suit. Damn, this tone is like my dad. Tony Stark couldn't help but complain about himself. It really sounded like his dad's attitude back then. He is now moving more and more towards the direction of the dad he hated back then. He questioned his father, understood his father, and became his father. Perhaps his father was right at the time. Although he still didn't approve of his father's educational methods, many of the things he said were certified many years later and were really right. Tony Stark, who was outside the screen, was also lost in thought when watching this scene. Although he was not yet that age, his thoughts were often the same. Because in essence, they were not even the same kind of people, but the same person. Tony, have you realized the problem with your education? You put all the pressure on yourself. You wanted to protect him, but you protected him too well. Nick Fury said. Is it wrong to protect him better? How old is he? 14. 15. Tony Stark said. He is just a kid of his age. He should be obedient, go to school, and deal with problems like gang fights, and then step by step, and grow up step by step according to the future you envisioned? Nick Fury said, just like you did in the beginning. Did you honestly follow the path your father prepared for you? But whether in academics, making money, or scientific development, you should have done much better than he originally expected of you. You have deep expectations for him, but at the same time, you don't give him the opportunity to really practice. You know, a superhero is not an ordinary profession, so there is no way to practice step by step. He has such a talent, you can't treat him differently just because he is a child. Nick Fury said. And you said it yourself, you don't have many years left, or we don't have many years left. In the end, facing Thanos is a life and death battle. In this environment, he should learn to grow up by himself when he is a teenager. After that, he will face a world without you and us. Although he got into trouble, he finally cleaned up the mess by himself, didn't he? Everyone nodded. On this issue, Tony Stark simply showed the double standard of people. On the one hand, he hoped that Spider-Man could grow up well, and on the other hand, he hoped that he could take on the responsibility of Iron Man's successor. He hoped that Spider-Man could follow the path he had paved for him and go all the way to achieve it. It was hard for everyone to imagine that Tony Stark, who was always calm and objective, could have such an uncalm and unrealistic side. I have a different opinion from you on this matter. Children should go to school. For example, if he didn't go to Titan with me in the future, he might not die. Tony Stark said seriously. Everyone looked at each other and naturally understood Tony Stark's anxiety, especially when Tony Stark saw the little spider Peter Parker die in his arms in the future. It was really a huge shock. For Tony Stark in this timeline, it was also a huge psychological shock. This made him feel that children should grow up normally like children and save the world. Before he died, he didn't need to think so much. Seeing that they couldn't persuade him, everyone had to give up. For the little spider Peter Parker on the roof, there was a warm feeling in his heart. Although the picture was wrong and Tony Stark was teaching him a lesson, this kind of strictness with a caring feeling, like a father's feeling, was the feeling he had always lacked. In this world, his Uncle Ben died earlier than in other versions, so he never had the care of his old father. Although Aunt May took good care of him, it could not replace the feeling of a father after all. So although he was being reprimanded at this time, he was still very heartwarming. In the final analysis, Tony Stark died too quickly. He was not prepared for his own death. Not only Pepper, but also Spider-Man was not prepared for his death. He rashly accepted Tony Stark's huge assets, so he was targeted by others. He lacked fatherly love since he was a child. At first, there was Uncle Ben, then Tony Stark. In some parallel universes, it is said that there is also a Venom version of his father. In short, he was a well-protected child. He just wanted to escape, so he was deceived. It was just a simple scam, but he couldn't see through it at all. Maybe if Tony Stark was here, it wouldn't be like this. He hasn't met the person who gave him 3 moles. No, he hasn't met the person who made him really understand that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Everyone was silent. Just before, I saw Tony Stark scolding Spider-Man, a scene full of fatherly love and filial piety. How come it's all of a sudden about Tony Stark's death? Tony Stark shrugged slightly and then said, it's normal. Haven't we analyzed it before? I will die at some point in the future. Although everyone understood this, and some of them might even die, they still felt uncomfortable when they really saw it. Tony Stark was also wondering if he had set too high a standard for this little guy. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This is true. It is undoubtedly a bright word for everyone, because the concept they are practicing now is actually this concept. Tony Stark was also wondering whether his original arrangement was right or wrong, and even had some hesitations. But he soon found out the reason. Because another video appeared. It was in a tavern, and 2 people were drinking. One of them was Peter Parker, and the other was the mysterious man who had appeared briefly. The identity of this mysterious man has also been investigated by Tony Stark. It turned out that he was an employee of his own company, Quentin Beck. Tony Stark just didn't know how he was going to defraud, and he didn't want to alert the enemy, so he had been patient until now. But now, it seems that there is finally a possibility of getting a glimpse of the whole picture. Mysterio looked at Peter Parker with a sad face and said, "Hey, you should celebrate. We did a good thing tonight." "Yeah." Peter Parker said. "Fury is right. Tony has done a lot for me. I owe him and everyone else." "Really?" Mysterio asked back, seeming to care about Peter Parker. "Yes, I mean, Mr. Stark gave me the opportunity to grow. He wants me to do better. Fury doesn't want me to live up to his expectations." Peter Parker carefully spoke of his thoughts and continued. "So what do you want, Peter?" Mysterio asked. "What do you mean?" Peter Parker said. "What do you want?" Mysterio asked again. Peter Parker shrugged and said, "I don't know." This sentence stumped Peter Parker because he still didn't know what he wanted, or rather, he was a fledgling child. He didn't know what he really wanted. The only thing he wanted now was not to disappoint his parents. And now this parent is Tony Stark. He doesn't want to disappoint Tony Stark. Even if Tony Stark is gone now, he doesn't want to disappoint his soul in heaven. But now, everything has failed. He can't do what Tony Stark expected during his lifetime, nor can he do what the outside world hopes for him to be, the successor of Iron Man. This is why he is deeply trapped in self-blame. That kind of heavy pressure can be felt even by the people outside the screen. The huge pressure that Peter Parker is facing now, even Tony Stark himself feels that he is putting too much pressure on him. He doesn't want to educate his offspring with a belt like his father, but he also has great expectations for Peter Parker's future. He quickly eliminated this bit of sympathy because he knew that this bit of compassion should not exist. Now that he can have compassion, future enemies will not have any compassion for him. Look at what kind of life other Spider-Men have. They have no one to rely on. The design of the battle suit depends on themselves. All enemies have to be dealt with by themselves. There is no one to rely on. Just like the Amazing Spider-Man, who was shot in the leg and injured like that, but could only limp to the Osborn building to stop Dr. Lizard from turning the whole city of New York into lizard people. Compared with those, this little guy has experienced too little. If he was just a street hero and dealt with small problems like Kingpin, that would be fine. But in the hearts of many people, he is the successor of Iron Man. Chapter 321. Oh my god, Spider-Man got scammed. But it is not so easy to become the successor of Iron Man. Since he became Iron Man, he has to solve most of the problems by himself, and even help other people in the Avengers solve problems, and become their financial sponsor. That's why he can become one of the leaders of the Avengers, and compete with the highly prestigious Captain America Rogers. When the Avengers were divided, he was able to pull up a group of people. These are the results of years of hard work. Compared with them, the environment in which Peter Parker grew up can really be regarded as very superior. But it is precisely because of this superior environment that he was confused, because he was a flower in a greenhouse that was well protected from the beginning. Now it's time to go out and face the wind and rain. He didn't feel soft-hearted because of this. If he doesn't train Peter Parker now, when he is still able to do it, will he wait until one day in the future, after he dies in a hurry, and let Peter Parker work hard on his own? At this time, Bruce Banner suddenly said, "Tony, are you putting too much pressure on this kid?" "I didn't put a lot of pressure on him, but as a superhero, he has to face such pressure, Banner." Tony Stark said, "No superhero does something only when they are well prepared. Everyone must be prepared for various emergencies. The crimes that superheroes have to deal with are often sudden situations. I think you should understand that." Tony Stark's thinking has not changed. That is, without endangering Spider-Man's life, he should squeeze his potential as much as possible and promote his growth. The eaglet will have to face the wind and rain on his own eventually. We, as elders, have done everything we can for him. The rest depends on how he copes with it. Tony Stark said with a sigh. In the picture, Mysterio is comforting Peter Parker and said, "What do you want, Peter Parker, right now? I know what you are thinking. I just want to travel now." Peter Parker said directly. He was too tired during this period of time, and he had to pretend to be Night Monkey to help Nick Fury. He just wanted to do something that a simple high school student should do. If, at the beginning, He was still very excited about becoming a superhero, and even paid for it himself, and made a battle suit to do justice. Then it is different now. He no longer has that kind of character. At this time, he suddenly realized that perhaps, for superheroes, an ordinary life is truly out of reach. I want to go back and travel with my friends and the girl I like, Peter Parker said longingly. That was a trip he had thought about for a long time. Simple and ordinary, instead of facing all kinds of crimes committed by supercriminals. Go to the top of the Eiffel Tower, and then confess to her, and then kiss her. Peter Parker finally said what was in his heart hesitantly. Under the teasing of Mysterio, he couldn't help but say, "Shut up." And everyone outside the screen smiled a little bit. Although up to now, everyone has not officially contacted Peter Parker, and has not pulled him into the Avengers, but in the past few years, they have watched a lot of videos about Peter Parker. How can it not be considered as watching him grow up? Seeing that Peter Parker has someone he likes now, it is quite like the little pig in his family has grown up, and can finally get cabbage. In Europe and the United States, there is no such thing as premature love. In high school, you may have fallen in love. This is the difference in cultural concepts. And Spider-Man outside the screen blushed immediately. He couldn't imagine his future self, what kind of person he would like, and what that feeling would be like. You won't do that, right? Mysterio said. No, I can't. Peter Parker said. Why? Mysterio asked. Because I have too many responsibilities. Peter Parker shook his head and said. He has too many responsibilities. He is not only Spider-Man. Especially after Tony Stark passed away, he had to shoulder the task of not letting Iron Man's reputation fall. He was told that he had such a responsibility and obligation. But he is also a child. He wants to live a life that an ordinary child can live. He does not want to live as Spider-Man. He only wants to live as Peter Parker. In the picture, someone picked up a pair of glasses and handed it to Peter Parker. Peter Parker thanked him repeatedly, and Mysterio on the side saw the glasses and his eyes lit up immediately. He hurriedly said, "What is this? Not good intentions." Tony Stark outside the picture pursed his lips and said with a bit of fierceness in his eyes, "This is Edith glasses." Peter Parker said, "Yes, that's it. Did it fall to the ground before?" Mysterio said, "Try it on, let me see." "Really?" "Yes." Peter Parker naturally put on his glasses after hearing this, then looked at Mysterio and said, "I like them very much." And Mysterio said, "Can I tell the truth?" Peter Parker nodded and said, "Of course, please." "Ugly." Mysterio said bluntly, with a serious face, as if he was just commenting on the glasses. "Those are my glasses. What qualifications does he have to comment?" Tony Stark outside the screen was very angry. This guy was not only a bad guy, but also a bad guy with no aesthetic sense at all. Who do you think you are? You are just a liar. You are just an employee of my company, and you dare to slander your boss's aesthetics like this. Then Mysterio put on the glasses under the strong invitation of Spider-Man. "How about it, kid?" Peter Parker said, as if he had finally made a heavy decision. "The next Tony Stark, I believe in you." To the next Tony Stark, "I trust you." Peter Parker muttered silently in his mouth. "What?" Mysterio said. "Mr. Stark left me a message." Peter Parker continued to explain. "To the next Tony Stark, I trust you. You are so blind that you don't even know you were deceived." Tony Stark outside the screen was furious when he saw this scene. He now understood what his future self was thinking. That is, he hoped to entrust these to Peter Parker, the little spider, and then let him replace himself and become the core of the Avengers. Who knew that this little guy couldn't bear such a little pressure and wanted to shirk responsibility? I gave him the glasses, and I definitely hoped that he could take responsibility instead of shirking it to others and letting others work hard for him. Tony, I think you are asking too much of a child, and your death was too sudden. It's not just this little guy who needs to face all this. Everyone is dealing with this sudden thing. Nick Fury on the side said. "Not this time." Tony Stark snorted twice and said, "There is no second Iron Man. I'm unique. What I hope is that he can be the best Spider-Man, not an Iron Man as good as me. I don't need such a second Iron Man. He knows every mistake I have made, and he must also know that I'm not ready for this." Peter Parker thought for a while and said, "Then why did he give this to you?" Mysterio continued to ask. Peter Parker had an expression of sudden enlightenment on his face, and then said, "Because maybe he didn't entrust Edith to me, but entrusted me to choose someone who should own it. This makes much more sense. He always knew that I would make the right choice. He would not give Yangin to Fury, because Fury would only keep Edith for himself. You are right about this." Mysterio nodded in agreement. When Nick Fury saw this, his face turned black. It was black enough to begin with, and now it was even blacker. Everyone else looked over, and he immediately said angrily, "Why are you looking at me? Am I that kind of person?" "Yes, you are," Tony Stark said bluntly. He didn't doubt Nick Fury's determination to protect the world, but according to his habit, once he got Edith and the wealth and resources behind him, he would definitely use them for himself, instead of looking for the next Iron Man. "Yeah, so the world needs the next Iron Man," Peter Parker said. "But that won't be me. I'm just a 16-year-old kid from Queens. It has to be an adult, with experience." The more Peter Parker spoke, the more he felt that his analysis was correct, and Tony Stark outside the screen looked more and more unhappy. "As good as Tony Stark, like you." "No, Peter, that's it. No." Mysterio took off his glasses and said seriously. But Peter Parker had already accepted his idea in his heart, so he simply put on his glasses and said, "Edith?" "Hello, Peter." Edith's intelligent voice assistant appeared and said, "Hi Em, I want to hand over your control to Quentin Beck." Peter Parker finally said the words of transferring Edith's control. Hearing this, Mysterio seemed stunned and asked, "Peter, what are you doing?" "Doing the right thing," Peter Parker said directly. "The transfer of control requires confirmation," Edith's intelligent brain asked. Hearing this, Mysterio acted a little irritable and said, "Stark gave you the glasses. Stark gave me a choice. This is a choice I have to make, and now I have to choose. You are a soldier and a leader. You stopped the elemental monsters. You saved me. You saved the world. Okay," Peter Parker said seriously. "He will want you to have glasses." Chapter 322 Iron Man, I became the Joker King? So cool. When Tony Stark heard what Peter Parker said, he immediately retorted, "I didn't say that." Seeing Spider-Man handing Edith over to Mysterio and welcoming him to join the Avengers, Tony Stark was speechless. He was really getting angrier and angrier. He had finally started a business, but this stupid son of a landlord actually handed these things to an outsider. It was really unreliable. This guy has been guiding this little guy to hand over his glasses from beginning to end, and he is the only one who doesn't know this. Tony Stark said dissatisfiedly. "Relax, Tony. After all, he is still a child." Bruce Banner said. "It's normal for him to be unable to bear the pressure." Is it normal? It must not be normal. He is still looking for the next Iron Man. Tony Stark was very angry and said a little irritably, "If there is such a so-called next Iron Man, then I also hope that this person can only be this little guy. I will not recognize anyone else." On the top of the building, Peter Parker looked at himself in the picture and fell into deep thought. Can the future self really bear it? Can he really bear to take over and become the second Iron Man in the future? In the end, all this will be handed over to the guy called Mysterio. It seems that this can also make him feel relieved. However, the next scene still made him furious. The picture has not ended yet. After he left, the scene of the whole bar changed. Even originally, all the customers in the bar were fake. Only a few were real, and the others were special effects made by projection. Even the things involved here are not just Spider-Man Peter Parker, but also Nick Fury. The other party should know Nick Fury. "See, it's not difficult," Mysterio Quentin Beck said with a smile. Now everyone can see that Quentin Beck pretended to be a superhero to approach Spider-Man for Edith and the artificial intelligence legacy left by Tony Stark. Tony Stark touched his chin and felt something was wrong. Even if there was such a realistic projection, since the other party did not have superpowers, what means did he use to make Spider-Man really think he had superpowers? Even the cunning Nick Fury was fooled by the other party. "Okay, we got Edith connected to our system," said Quentin Beck, the mysterious man. "Unless he used projection to project the illusion of fighting first, and then used explosives to explode in a fixed area, He had a whole team to do it because the illusion was too realistic, so he could deceive the little guy. Tony Stark said. So what exactly is he trying to do with my Edith? Unless he is trying to plot some high-tech equipment, for example, attacking drone systems. Peter was shocked. Tony Stark figured it out at once. If Quentin Beck wanted to continue to deceive, then he had to be able to deceive everyone. The battle scene can be rendered through special effects, but that kind of destructive power and attack power cannot be rendered through special effects. When everyone sees the scene, the fight is so fierce, but there is no damage at all, which will easily reveal the truth. Who will help me take off this tattered costume? Quentin Beck, the mysterious man, cheered and laughed and asked people to take off their costumes that looked a bit like superhero clothes. In Quentin Beck's eyes, he was probably just a tool. From the beginning, the other party was close to him just as a trap. Although this realistic projection technology can create a scene similar to his battle with supervillains, the fluctuations caused by the battle cannot be projected. Peter Parker was a little bit unbelievable. He has a spider sense that can sense danger and even predict the future to a certain extent. Great, ha ha ha. Yes, this is not a uniform or a combat uniform. To him, it is just a costume. Anyway, there is no emotion. Unless. Suddenly, there was a thunderous cheer in the whole bar. And the little spider Peter Parker also understood that this guy who said his identity in horror in the previous diary fragment and said that he was killed by himself was indeed a bad guy. Before this, Quentin Beck, who had always shown a simple smile, now showed an evil smile, which looked very evil, and his whole style suddenly changed. But how could he not realize that these people were fake at all? The most important thing is that the future self didn't sense it at all and was completely deceived. So the other party would want to plot against Edith, or rather, a series of assets behind Edith. At this moment, many ideas became clear, especially since he also had a plan to manufacture drones. Now he has mass-produced a batch of them as a supplement to his combat system. Obviously, unlike other superheroes who spontaneously protect the world, or villains who want to rule the world through their own power, Quentin Beck, an ordinary person, intends to make money by pretending to be a superhero. He can only say that he is a real talent. How could he not know that there were so many talents hidden in his company before? Everyone probably understood it, but they did not blame Tony Stark this time. Although it was essentially caused by the assets he left behind, the problem was that the person who did not handle it well was not him, but Spider-Man. Besides, Spider-Man was also deceived. The problem lies with the bad guy, not the victim blaming theory. At this time, in the picture, under the encouragement of a group of scammers, Mysterio couldn't hold back his excitement, came to the central platform, and said loudly, "Salute to all those who brought us together, our former boss, Tony Stark." Everyone looked at Tony Stark. Although they knew that Quentin Beck was an employee of Tony Stark's company after Tony Stark's investigation, there was no trace of other teams behind him in the previous clips, so they didn't know that the entire team was a former employee of Tony Stark's company. "It's like this, don't you say something?" Nick Fury said. "Yes, Tony, your company is really full of talents." Black Widow Natasha said with a smile. "Why are you looking at me? And my company is the best in the world, with elite talents from all over the world working for me. What's so strange about the abundance of talents?" Tony Stark couldn't help but defend himself. "Besides, my company has at least over 1 million employees. How can I know them all?" But since they are his employees, that would explain why they knew about Edith's existence, and some of them might have even participated in Edith's projects. Of course, it is impossible for Tony Stark to complete such a large project by himself. At most, he can complete the design, and the specific work still needs to be handed down. "Jarvis, scan and record these people, so that I can treat them well later," Tony Stark said coldly. These people are really bold. They dared to hit him, a super capitalist. Although he is also the world's #1 philanthropist and has donated a lot of money, it does not mean that he is really a good guy. It is not that Lin Feng has a special skill to hit people with a mud truck. These people said that they are his employees, which is simply a slap in the face for him. He asked himself if he was worthy of the hard work of every employee. After all, He is not short of money. The benefits he gives to employees of his company are also among the best in the industry. The result is good. He originally wanted to look to the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the ditch. After hearing what Mysterio said, everyone in the bar started to make a noise. Obviously, they didn't have a good impression of Tony Stark, their former boss, the Clown King. Mysterio Quentin Beck said, he is surrounded by wealth and technology, but he is not worthy of using them. Just like the holographic system I designed, it is a revolutionary breakthrough with unlimited application prospects, but Tony turned it into a self-healing machine and renamed it the Binary Enhanced Memory Remodeling Tool, referred to as Double. My treatment experiment cost $611 million. In the screen, Tony Stark was giving a speech. He used this holographic system for self-healing, and the person controlling it next to him was Quentin Beck. Although the idea was proposed by Tony Stark and the difficulty was overcome by Tony Stark, how much effort did you, Tony Stark, put into this project? This is his hard work. Good, very good, Clown King. Tony Stark's face became extremely ugly when he heard this. When has he, such a proud person, been humiliated like this? His own subordinates actually called him the Clown King. This was simply a slap in the face. Especially in front of everyone, in front of everyone in the diary, and in front of those who might potentially obtain the diary. He became a clown. He renamed my life's work Double. I told him that this was a mistake, and that my technology could change the world. Then, he fired me. Quentin Beck, the mysterious man, said angrily, your life's work. Tony Stark almost cursed. Without his genius ideas, without his efforts to tackle key difficulties, without the platform of Stark Industries he built, what achievements could you make? How dare he say such shameless things? Tony Stark was really mad. He was so angry that he was shaking with anger. When can we bosses stand up and speak? Chapter 323, mysterious guest taunts everyone and everyone breaks down their defenses. Tony Stark sneered repeatedly. Many people were confused by his superhero identity and forgot that he was also a super tycoon and a super capitalist. Such people have their own standards for doing things. There are too many American capitalists who take human lives lightly. Although Tony Stark can't do that, if you think he is a great philanthropist and he didn't react when a project leader wanted to embezzle tens of billions of dollars in his own investment projects, then you underestimate him. Such people don't even dare to fart when they are alive, but they will take advantage of the chaos after they die to turn into hungry wolves and want to come up and eat the flesh and blood of the Stark group. He has experienced such a situation. When his father suddenly died at the hands of Bucky, the Winter Soldier, the entire Stark group faced such a situation. Countless shareholders, employees, and even people outside the group pounced on him like hungry wolves. He and Abade worked together and spent so much energy to stabilize Stark Industries. They experienced so many battles in the middle that he grew from a playboy and a rebellious teenager to a world-renowned young entrepreneur. This is why he trusts Abade so much, because the two of them really have a friendship of carrying guns and fighting together. It's a pity that Stark Industries survived once, but it was not so lucky the second time. In that timeline, Morgan was just a child. Relying on Pepper alone, even with his own will and various backups, it was extremely difficult to keep Stark Industries intact. It is unlikely to keep it completely. Morgan is too young, so he can only keep as much as he can. But this mysterious man can actually take away the scientific and technological achievements of their Stark Industries openly and use this thing to pretend to be a superhero and even seek more things. Cheers to Tony. He didn't want to die and didn't want his wife and daughter to end up like this. It was ridiculous. He was still a superhero who protected the Earth. Without him, the Earth would be doomed. Cheers to Tony. With his understanding of American capitalists, he knew very well that if he died, what would happen to the Stark Industries group he left. Everyone cheered and raised their glasses. Those grievances were over. They all had a bright future and everyone would make a fortune in the future. Cheers to Tony. Thinking of this, he immediately had an idea to leave some more cards and means for Pepper. If he died suddenly this time, at least he couldn't let his wife and daughter feel so depressed. He just wanted to know who else was involved in this matter. In the future, everyone would be a multimillionaire or even a billionaire. Whether it was a sniper from the company level or someone planned to take action at the physical level, he had to prepare early. But they were different. They wanted to make a lot of money from this matter. At his age, it is time to consider the future stable handover of Stark Industries. So he must not die, and must not let his wife and daughter in this time and space end up like in the original movie. As for this mysterious man Quentin Beck, although his words are irritating, in Tony Stark's eyes, he is just an ant after all. He dared not do anything when he was around, and only dared to make trouble after he died. Tony Stark even has his own foundation, which specializes in dealing with some property losses caused by superhero battles. It is not only free, but also pays for it. They are different from Tony Stark's batch of superheroes. Tony Stark's batch of superheroes are almost free to give to the whole world. At this moment, not only is Thanos a big worry for him, but even the Time Variance Administration has become his biggest worry. In fact, compared with Thanos, the Time Variance Administration is the top priority, and they can eliminate you from the source. But how do those people treat him? If Tony Stark hadn't been so determined, he would have turned evil and become a villain when he thought about the problems his wife and daughter would face after his death. He fired me, saying I was unstable. In the picture, Quentin Beck, the mysterious man, looked a little aggrieved, but he immediately came to his senses. The hard days were over. He raised the bottle in his hand and said, "Cheers to Tony." He had been dealt with, which made him know what the iron fist of capitalism was before he died. In a place like the United States, let alone wanting to jump classes, if you slide to the bottom, you will know what the 18 levels of hell are, and you will no longer be a human being. Next, cheers to William. Quentin Beck, the mysterious man, said to a middle-aged Mediterranean man. William. 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 Then the picture turned into a scene where Abade lost his temper at William when Tony Stark had just become Iron Man. Tony Stark, it was created in a cave, using a pile of junk. Abade roared. The combination of my illusion technology and your weaponized drone is simply wonderful. Quentin Beck said. He had a very proud smile on his face. What would the Clown King Tony Stark use such a great invention for? To heal the trauma of his youth. It's just funny. He didn't know the value of Golden Jade, and he even closed the weapons department before. It's just funny. The Stark Group started out as a weapon manufacturer, and now it has closed the weapons department, just to satisfy his pitiful saintly heart. It's just funny. Powerful illusion, real destruction, tried and tested. Mysterio Quentin Beck said very proudly. Tony Stark was not angry when he heard this because, as he imagined, in the case of Spider-Man, although he had less experience, it was not so easy to fool him. It is impossible to fool others just by creating some illusions or special effects. Not to mention Nick Fury, it's not easy for him to be fooled. Of course, it's all fake, just a lie. This method is really bluffing without knowing it, but if you know it, it will become very ridiculous. Just a clown. Then, Quentin Beck paid tribute to the important members of his team one by one, and revealed how he created the aftermath of the battle between the supervillain and the mysterious man. Create an electromagnetic pulse at each attack point, so that Nick Fury's satellite can confirm our lies. Mysterious man Quentin Beck said. What a good idea. Nick Fury's face became darker. He was laughing at Tony Stark just now, but now he was also deceived. The speed of slapping his face was too fast. Tony Stark just wanted to laugh out loud when he saw this scene. Nick Fury's performance was really too refreshing. As Quentin Beck gradually introduced himself, the entire fraud team was presented in front of everyone, not to mention Tony Stark silently recorded it. His face was extremely ugly. He just asked Jarvis to check it quietly, and most of them were really his employees. The rest are not yet. Maybe they haven't joined the company yet at this stage. Cheers to the rest of you too. Tony Stark is dead. Now there is a chance that someone will stand up, but now, even if you are the smartest and most qualified person present, no one cares, unless you fly with a cape or your hands can emit lasers. Otherwise no one will listen to you. Quentin Beck said with an indignant look on his face. But now, I have a cape and a laser. With our technology and Edith, Mysterio will become the greatest hero on Earth. When the time comes, everyone will have to listen, not to an alcoholic giant baby, nor to a young child, but to me, and my very wealthy subordinates. Quentin Beck said excitedly. Cheers to us. Cheers to us. Cheers to Mysterio. Cheers to Mysterio. Cheers to Peter Parker. Cheers to Peter Parker. Poor kid, let's get started. Mysterio. Quentin Beck clapped his hands and said. The scene ended here, and the whole process of Spider-Man Peter Parker being deceived was clearly reflected. The people in S.H.I.E.L.D. just thought it was funny that they were fooled by such a liar. He's just a little guy after all. Hawkeye Barton said. Although he is very powerful, he is still a child after all. It's not his fault. Even Fury was deceived, said Black Widow Natasha. You don't have to say this, thank you. Nick Fury said speechlessly. Everyone couldn't help laughing. Tony, these are your employees or future employees. What are you going to do? Captain America Rogers said. I will naturally deal with these people. Tony Stark said lightly. As a qualified capitalist, he will let them know what it means to commit suicide with more than a dozen bullets in the back. Captain America Rogers looked reluctant, but he immediately thought that these people were not good people. He was also a soldier and had seen many life and death situations. It was even more impossible for him to think that these people had done nothing, so it was unfair to deal with them in advance. Do we have to wait until things are irreversible? For Spider-Man Peter Parker, that was when his defense was instantly broken. After Edith had deceived him, the other party still said that he was a poor teenage kid. It was simply a slap in the face and a murderer's heart. It was so abominable. Chapter 324. What? Lin Feng became a god. When did it happen? Although he didn't know what his future self would think at that time, it was obvious that he finally trusted someone, but in the end, he lost so badly. His defense was broken. Nick Fury also broke his defense. Although he himself was not a superhuman, he had a bunch of superheroes under his command. He was usually a little self-important in his heart. He was the king of the major forces in the world. Even if he now found that this king seemed a little fake, he was still a Superman. In the end, he was deceived by a group of scammers. Isn't this a slap in the face? It's just a group of jumping clowns, and they want to be the greatest superhero on Earth. Is he qualified? Tony Stark said with a sneer. He has been much better in temper over the years. Although he is still poisonous, he has restrained himself. But now he is really angry with Quentin Beck and these people. These people are all Tony Stark's men. Now these people take his salary and take away the technology researched by his company. They even want to turn him around and discredit him as the Clown King. Sooner or later, these people will pay the price for their fraud. Everyone nodded. Of course, they had no good feelings towards such a fraud gang. Especially from their conversation. In order to pretend to be a superhero, they must have done a lot of damage and a lot of bad things. Such people are already criminals. What are you going to do with Spider-Man? Recruit him into the Avengers? At this time, Natasha, the Black Sister, asked. No, he is still a child and can't handle the big task. Let's deal with some small things on the street first. Tony Stark refused without hesitation. Although he decided from the bottom of his heart to temper Spider-Man Peter Parker, tempering is tempering, and it does not mean that he will die. In fact, the European and American business circles have a set of very effective plans to train their offspring. Although they are not exactly the same, they can indeed learn from them. But in any case, this incident is also a very big lesson for everyone, making them deeply aware that ordinary people may also commit great sins. Ordinary people who they look down on may pose a huge threat to them if they are not careful. In the Asgard god realm, Lin Feng was invited by Thor to attend a banquet in Asgard. As soon as he entered Asgard, Lin Feng felt a looming energy hidden between heaven and earth. He felt that every cell in his body began to become active after entering this environment. There is no doubt that the air in Asgard is filled with some kind of divine energy. No wonder, not only the family of Thor, the god of thunder, has a long life, but even the life of ordinary Asgardians is the same and long. There are reasons for this. Being in such an environment for a long time is of great benefit to life. But it's a pity that such a blessed land will be completely destroyed in a short time. When he came to the palace hall, the god King Odin and his family were waiting for Lin Feng, and there was even the god of trickster, Loki, who was in shackles. Seeing Lin Feng, Loki really wanted to kill Lin Feng with his eyes, but Lin Feng looked at him indifferently and smiled a little. In Loki's eyes, this was simply a mockery of him, and he became even angrier. After Lin Feng greeted everyone one by one, he went forward and sat down. The other party was very considerate and prepared chopsticks. Today I asked Thor to invite Mr. Lin, mainly to thank Mr. Lin for not killing my second son before, and saving his life. Loki, pour Mr. Lin a glass of wine. Odin said gratefully. He was really grateful. With Lin Feng's strength, it would be effortless to kill Loki. The other party had the strength to do so, and there were reasons to do so, but in the end he did not do so, which meant that Loki was saved. Hearing this, Loki reluctantly went forward to pour wine for Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not refuse. It was indeed his intention to save Loki's life. He could have killed Loki at any time, but seeing Loki's reluctance, he really just felt funny. He had never seen Loki like this. Although Loki was very cowardly and afraid of death many times, he was very proud in his bones. Even when facing his brother Thor, he is very arrogant. It is almost impossible to order him to do something, especially when it is against his will. There are only two people in the world. One is the god King Odin, and the other is the Queen Frigga. Mr. Lin, you saved me once before from the destroyer armor, and this time you let my brother go. I toast you. Thor raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. Lin Feng smiled slightly and also raised his glass to drink a glass. It was indeed a good wine. Mr. Lin, I just have one question. Are you also a god? After 3 rounds of wine, Odin suddenly asked. Suddenly everyone looked at Odin, a little incredible. They all knew that Lin Feng was just an ordinary mortal. How could he still be a god? Father, you are wrong. How can he be a god? He is just a mortal. Loki said immediately with dissatisfaction. As a god, he has his own pride and self-esteem. Although he was beaten like a dog by Lin Feng, he can also secretly comfort himself. At least I'm a god. You are just a mortal. Thousands of years later, I'm still here, still in my prime, and you are already dead. But what are you talking about now? Lin Feng is actually a god. How could I admit my mistake? Odin looked at Loki with dissatisfaction and said. Of course, if it is inconvenient for Mr. Lin, you don't have to say it. It's nothing. In fact, I'm indeed a god, the god of war. Lin Feng thought about it and did not hide it. If it was at the beginning, he might have tried his best to hide his information for fear of being noticed. But now, the situation is different. One of the main reasons why he dared to come to Asgard is that, although his realm is not yet at the level of the Father of Heaven, he is not inferior to the Father of Heaven in a real fight. If the power of faith is added, he can immediately cross to the Father of Heaven. With Odin's old state, there is no pressure at all to fight. How is this possible? Thor, the god of thunder, widened his eyes because he knew Lin Feng's identity very well. He was an alien mortal from another universe. How could he suddenly become a god? This is not reasonable at all. Although it's complicated to say, it's true. I'm already a god. Lin Feng said. Odin nodded. It was true. Since Lin Feng came in, he felt something was wrong, because gods and humans are completely different creatures. There are many powerful creatures in this universe, and there are also many weak gods. There are strong and weak gods in each pantheon, and even in each race in the universe. There are many beings stronger than gods in the world, such as the Ancient One, who is a mortal who has gained powerful power. For example, Thanos is not a god. The next one is the Hulk, who is not a god either, but is much stronger than the god Loki. It can be said that gods in power are not naturally equal, because there are many powerful beings in this universe, and there are many ways to gain power. God is just one of the power systems. However, there is mutual induction between gods, and it is possible to judge whether they are the same kind of creatures. It's just that Lin Feng hid well, so neither Thor nor Loki could detect it, but he still couldn't hide it from the god King Odin. Of course, this is also based on the premise that Lin Feng didn't want to hide it. Otherwise, as long as Lin Feng didn't use his divine power, he wouldn't be seen. And Loki was stunned listening to the side. The last point of superiority in his heart against Lin Feng is gone now. He is a god. Lin Feng is also a god. So where is his sense of superiority? I was upset. Really upset. After eating and drinking, Lin Feng said goodbye and left directly, using the dimensional teleportation array, to return to his home, sitting at the desk, and completing today's tasks as usual. Today, I was invited by Thor to go to Asgard for a banquet. Asgard still has a lot of good wine, and after adding some magic and hard work, it is really delicious. But I didn't expect that Odin, who was already so old and weak, could actually find out at the first time that I had become a god. It's really not simple. In comparison, both Thor and Loki are still far behind, and both have a long way to go. But it is really interesting to let Loki pour me wine reluctantly. After all, in this world, the only people who can make him do something unwillingly are Odin and Frigga. It can also be seen that Loki really has feelings for Odin's family. No wonder the illusion created by the elderly Loki at the end was Asgard. He obviously escaped the fate of death, and even Thanos was deceived by him. He could have survived this life, but he still ran away because he missed his brother too much. As a result, he was discovered by the people of the Time Variance Administration and was finally laid off. There are reasons for this. Thor hurried to SHIELD and just caught up with everyone's online meeting. Thor, is what he said true? He is already a god. Hawkeye Barton looked at Thor in shock and said, when did he become a god? How come we didn't know? Everyone was shocked because they all knew that Lin Feng was an outsider from another universe. Although in their cognition, he was a creature from a higher dimensional universe, he was just an ordinary person in that universe. How did he suddenly become a god? There was no sign at all. He was told very suddenly. Chapter 325. Multiple Locus appear at the same time. Although the others didn't say much, they all had similar expressions, all of which were like, what? Lin Feng became a god. When did it happen? Why didn't anyone tell me? I just found out too. Thor said helplessly. If my father hadn't pointed it out, I wouldn't know. He hid it too deeply. Thor was also helpless. There was no doubt that he knew about this matter a little earlier than everyone else. Tony Stark felt a headache when he thought about it, especially the long lifespan of gods. In other words, Lin Feng, the existence behind the scenes, might exist for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years, or hundreds of thousands of years. What is the concept of hundreds of thousands of years? Maybe he would still be there when no human survived. He was still a little worried about Lin Feng in his bones, so he was having a headache now. Everyone looked at each other, and it was obvious that no one knew when he became a god. To become a god, you must first have a godhood. Where did he get his godhood? Could it be that his fans recently provided him with the power of faith? Nick Fury said, touching his chin. It shouldn't be. We have a lot of fans, but we haven't become gods. Besides, he could fight in the universe before that. I think he might have become a god at that time, but we just didn't know it. Tony Stark said. Everyone thought about it, and it made sense. Based on Lin Feng's performance at that time, it seemed to be true. Well, even if he used this method to escape the fate of death, according to what we saw in the diary before, he escaped the fate that he shouldn't have, so he should have been noticed by the TVA people immediately and then arrested. So how did he escape? Even later, he was an old Loki. He was discovered because he missed his brother too much and ran out, and then he was so-called cut off. Tony Stark said. This means that it's different from what we imagined before. The people from the TVA don't know everything, especially Loki. Do you remember in the last video, the reason why Agent Mobius was looking for Loki was to capture another Loki? He wanted to study his psychology, and guess where he might be hiding? I think I seem to understand it a little bit. That makes sense, and it matches the content of Lin Feng's diary. He must be hiding in some isolated place. Maybe there are few people there, so he lives there alone, and will not have any impact on the outside world. When he began to miss his brother and Asgard, he was like a butterfly that escaped from the glass cover. The impact he caused immediately formed a new timeline, which was immediately discovered by the people from the TVA. Tony Stark clapped his hands. He immediately figured out what happened. Suddenly, Bruce Banner said, as we said before, everyone's different choices may lead to the creation of a new timeline. Obviously, within the time variance administration, there should be some means to monitor the entire timeline. By monitoring the timeline, we can immediately know where the problem is, just like a branch growing on a tree. When we look at the tree, we can know it immediately. But this is impossible, Tony Stark said. We have all heard about the butterfly effect. What a person does cannot have no impact. Everyone thought about it and seemed to hate it. In fact, all the worries now are redundant, because even if they think of something, they can't do anything to Lin Feng. Then the question is, how did he get away? If deceiving Thanos can be described as illusion, then what is the explanation for deceiving TVA? No, there is still a possibility. That is, we overestimate the influence of everyone. Not all actions of all people will definitely lead to a new timeline. Bruce Banner said. The principle of the butterfly effect is that through mutual influence, a butterfly flapping its wings in South America will cause a terrible storm in the distant Pacific Ocean. But what if we cover the butterfly with a glass cover at the beginning? Then no matter how it flaps its wings, it will not cause a terrible storm in the end. The more everyone thought about it, the more they thought so. They had never seen Lin Feng show the ability to enter and exit the atmosphere before, but he suddenly gained the ability to fight in the universe later. Obviously, he must have obtained the power of God before that. After being reminded of this, everyone remembered that it was true. After being explained by Bruce Banner, many people reacted instantly and realized that it could be explained this way. Everyone seemed a little numb. Hawkeye Barton said, "Who cares? Anyway, we can't do anything to him, right? Why bother about these? Don't you think that Lin Feng's description is the biggest problem?" Tony Stark said. "What do you mean he escaped the fate of death? Even Thanos was fooled by him, and the fate of death here, can I assume that it refers to the time when he was strangled to death by Thanos on the immigrant ship in Asgard? Thor, it seems that your brother really has a deep relationship with your family." Bruce Banner said. "That makes sense. It should be, but how did he escape?" Black Widow Natasha said. "Illusion. It must be an illusion. He used illusion to trick me into thinking he was dead many times." Thor said quickly. "You don't know how powerful his illusion is. It was taught by my mother herself. She is a top witch. But the question is, what if there is no new timeline? If a tree does not grow new branches, then we cannot observe it. Being able to survive in space seems to be a kind of ability of gods. The strength of Ebony Maw is very strong, no worse than that of ordinary gods, but he can't survive in the universe. It should be that he lacks something, such as divine power." Coulson said. "Although he is not a biological child, we all treat him as a biological child," Thor said with a proud look on his face. Everyone immediately felt enlightened. This is indeed a good way to avoid TVA's pursuit. Loki probably used a similar method and hid in a place where few people go. But the problem is that they can no longer use it because they have been completely exposed. Anyway, there will probably be a video later. We will know after watching the video. This Loki is really cunning. Hawkeye Barton snorted twice. Obviously, he was still very upset about Loki's control of himself on the sacred timeline. As soon as he finished speaking, a video appeared below this paragraph as they knew. They quickly clicked on it and saw that at the beginning of the video, Loki woke up from his coma. In front of him, there were several figures, an old man, a young boy, a black man, and a crocodile. Everyone was a little scalp numbing. Could the crocodile with Loki's crown be the crocodile Loki that Lin Feng always teased in his diary? And the rest were the young Loki that Lin Feng also mentioned? Old Loki, Black Loki? Before they could think about it, the scene changed, and the surrounding environment was a scene of ruins everywhere, as if the world had just experienced some kind of doomsday. In the distance, a group of purple clouds seemed to be able to swallow up everything between heaven and earth. Loki got up from the ground, stared at the people in front of him, and asked, "What is this place? Where are we? Who are you?" The old Loki was soft-hearted after all, and said to himself, who came from another parallel universe, "This is a void, that is Elias, and we are its lunch, hurry up." As he said that, he patted Loki's shoulder, and then everyone began to move. Then, a hideous face appeared in the purple cloud, as if a huge beast was hidden in it, and it could devour everything. The huge roar, accompanied by endless thunder and lightning, resounded through the wilderness. A group of Loki walked in the wilderness, and soon, Loki couldn't help it and said, "I suggest we take a break. I have countless questions to ask." Everyone outside the screen was also confused. What was going on? Why couldn't they understand it at all? "If you don't want to die, hurry up." The old Loki interrupted him directly. Loki could only say, "Okay, but what is your plan?" "Don't die." The old Loki answered very briefly. Hearing this, Loki was helpless and said, "Okay, what else?" "Don't die." The old Loki repeated, "Don't die." "This is not a plan," Loki said unwillingly. Everyone felt strange when they saw this scene. Where is this place? Why is it so desolate? And why did Loki end up here? Did he escape from the Time Variance Administration? If he did, how did he escape? This is very important for their future escape. But unfortunately, Lin Feng's videos are always incoherent, and they have no way to know. They don't even know if this Loki is the Loki they know who was caught in the Time Variance Administration. Because according to Lin Feng, there are too many Lokis in so many parallel universes in this world. Who knows if it is the one? But if their previous guess is correct, then they will find that these Lokis do not look the same. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.